This is a D6 generation pip. One of those dots on the side of a six-sided die. Yeah, a pip. A short pip. Little something. About anything gaming related. Sometimes featuring Craig, sometimes featuring Russ. We'll see what's coming up today. All right, welcome back. And it is time. We are mid-battle. But that's not for me to summarize. No. That's for one of our able-bodied players here. And according to the rules laid down by Pyric Starfinder, it has been said that the party member who took the most damage last game needs to do a summary. And if I remember correctly, the halfling was impaled, poisoned, and just this side of death. Had it not been for spending a inspiration at just the right moment. So, Rafe, it means it's on you to summarize last session.
Yes. Welcome back, folks, to the D6G DnD. Okay. We had met up with Radolf, formerly known as the Squirrel Druid, and we woke up in his sanctuary, well rested. Breakfast was cold steel-cut oats with boysenberries that I forget who found, but that's what we had for breakfast. He created a safe pathway for us, and then he gave very unclear directions, which is to say he looked and pointed at a house to which I think at the time it was Dwarf Major. Pirate can correct us on that. He might have been demoted to minor.
He does. This is where he gets demoted to minor.
He gets demoted after
this is, yes.
Right. So
currently, I think that's wrong. I'm pretty sure that's wrong.
Currently, Dwarf Major, known as Ulrich, runs into the house to promptly get attacked by some giant spiders, which then poor Euphemia was in the way of one spider and got bitten in half and fell and succumbed to her wounds. But then, thanks to the healing words and the lay on hands from our paladin, along with a cure light wounds potion, it brought her back up to some good health, as well as the paladin's lay on hands has a rule. John, what is that again? Something about 5 points in a pool.
They have a pool of 5 points per level, and if they spend 5 at a time, they can remove one condition.
Yes.
Joe probably knows all the conditions, but poison is one, like a disease is one.
And the condition was that I got our rogue attacked.
Yes, and she was poisoned as well. So you were able to remove the poison and undo everything except for the demotion to Dwarf Minor.
Yes, I feel like the reclassification really is what picked her up.
Right. So after we dispatched the spiders, Pyric quickly demoted Ulrich to Dwarf Minor, thus promoting Thrulrich to Dwarf Major. And we then began to continued on, which our Radolf gave us safe passage through that. But we sort of ignored that, and we kind of made our own way. Now, we came upon the alchemy building, which Pyric was very excited to enter. However, due to our haste to continue the adventure, somehow he must have been stargazing at the time or something, because he got swept up in all the commotion of looking at a statue that our own very Cowlick went to go investigate. And it was, I think, a Chaos Dragon cult or something. But we don't really know too much more. We didn't discern too much. So we then continued on our way to the edge of the town. Pyric very upset over not obtaining any herbs or magical components that he needs. And we made it to the edge.
I believe he was silently judging at that point.
Yes. Oh, and that's right. And then Pyric,
one of his skills.
He is currently figuring out and not contriving, that's the wrong word, but he's building in his mind the argument that he's going to have with all of us that'll come out 10 years from now, basically. He's building that in his mind as we travel. And then we fell upon these pixies, but they're evil pixies, and they can kind of do a number on us because we can dispatch them pretty easily, but they're appearing all around us. Pop, pop, pop. And we are surrounded by evil pixies. And that is Euphemia's summary.
All right, there's a pretty good summary there, Ray. Take a point of inspiration for
I need it.
summarizing. Couple little details, just probably to help folks traveling along at home. The druid did mention that there is this, just a couple more backstory beyond last session. The ruins of Thunder Tree is also plagued by this green dragon, which is to get the information the party needs about both Cragmaw Castle, as well as the infamous well where the forge the doors want to get to is. The druid has requested they dispatch this dragon, and they think the dragon is being further enhanced by this dark rift that is in this area of the woods that the druid had sort of disguised, but led the party to the entrance. And once you entered these tangled, sort of tight, thorn-wrapped corridors of woods, that's when you were set upon by these pixies. Right? Any other comments anybody wants to make before we get back? And we're in the middle of battle. These pixies. The pixies are sort of these dark, sort of corrupted-looking little beings. And just a reminder, I'll share their picture again on the screen here.
I don't know how relevant it is, but the statue was actually a statue of a half dragon paladin of Bahamut that was partially torn down by the dragon cultist.
That's what it was. Thank you. Thank you,
and to
Trollick.
be precise, it was a dragonborn, which is not the same as a half dragon. Half dragons are actually.
I think I said half dragonborn, but I don't know what that would be. A quarter dragon.
Oh yeah, maybe he's a quarterback. He's a half. He's a dragon.
Like lizardborn.
Dragonborn.
Don't tell him I said that. He'll be very.
Yeah,
angry.
no, that's going. Well, it's going to be recorded now, so he's going to find out sooner or later. All right, so there's a picture of these crazy looking creatures. They definitely look corrupt, right? And we're going to bring you guys over here back to our map. So we can jump back into the action here that's happening in this area. The druid also mentioned this used to be a sort of a pilgrimage place. People used to go here and check this out before it became corrupted. So, John, if you want to see the map there on your shared screen, just go ahead and scroll down. You should be able to find all the action going on near the bottom of the screen there.
Organizing pixie pictures, but yeah.
So we're in the middle of battle here. And as you can see in a moment, as soon as the dwarf scrolls down here, the thrall is in giant spider form, which is excellent. Your giant spider is not showing you anything. Maybe
I'm not seeing anybody on my screen.
Hang on a second.
To go to the bottom. It's in the bottom quadrant.
Well, I see the path. I just don't see any
hang
people.
on a second. I think I got
I get everybody in it.
Here we go.
Unless I'm in an area where I can't see. Oh, there.
I think you can see now. So I replaced your spider token, John, with a brand new improved spider token. But I forgot to give it sight, so you couldn't see. Now you can. So there you go. And those little purple circles there, those are the pixies. And we're in the middle of our initiative here. We're at the top of a new round, and it's one of the pixies' turn here. So this little pixie over here, I'm going to ping her. There it is, a little ping there. She's fading in and out. So she fades in, then she fades out and says, run fast as you can. You can't catch me. And she then begins to chant something, and you can't remember. But then she fades out of existence, so you can't see exactly what she's doing. But you can kind of see there's this faint shimmer of where she was a minute ago. All right, and the next pixie gets to go, and this is the one down near the bottom there that is actually behind Pyric. So Pyric, this little pixie, reaches out and attempts to tap you. All right. So she's going to try to hit you there with her touch, and let's see if she succeeds. What's your armor class there, Pyric?
That's a good question. My armor class is apparently an inability to work basic Windows. Today's not my day. 13. All right. Well, she is going to touch you with her bonuses there, so you're going to have to make. Then I will use my staff of shielding.
Oh, excellent. All right. And that spends a charge, right? And increases your armor class. How much do you remember?
5.
Ooh, yes. So she's about to touch you, and her little hand's glowing, and you're figuring, you are an Arcana expert. You haven't really a chance to really analyze this, but you think it's probably not good to let her touch you. So you reach deep into your staff, and this shield comes around you, and her hand bounces off, and she looks a little confused and, quite frankly, a bit miffed.
Didn't you already use it, so you had it left over, right?
Oh yeah, at the start of the round.
So give yourself that charge back.
So it should last all the way till his turn.
That's correct. Yes, that's right. Good memory, John.
Thank you, John.
All right, Karluk, you're up.
Here, Kalik remembers his promise to Euphemia to help protect her in the next battle here, which is who we're concerned about.
She's being stood over by a spider. So.
Yeah, there's this giant spider standing over her.
Hopefully that's Thrallrick.
Last time you checked,
Kalik loves that there's so many icks in the group. Thrallrick, Yalrick, and Kalik, which is all totally correct, by the way.
It's Empiric Karluk.
Empiric, yes.
Karluk.
And Euphemic.
You've been brainwashed by the rest of the party to believe your own name. It's kind of like the fat cook that only knows it because people shout at him all day. You're kind of, another Lord of the Rings reference. You're kind of there. That's where you are.
Exactly. Let's see here. I think it'd be very advantageous if you right now were courageous. And I cast heroism on Euphemia.
Yeah.
Take a point of inspiration for the excellent rhyming going on there.
Thank you.
What does that
For a minute,
do?
I thought I was going to be a heroic spider, but oh well.
What does that do, Kalik?
Immune to fear and 3 temp hit points. They refill every round, though.
Wow. Does that require concentration or anything?
It does require concentration.
All right, good. Okay, so Euphemia, I gave you a little flexi icon there to let you know you're kicking butt and taking names. All right, Carla, can you do anything else? You want to move or anything? Or are you good?
I'm good right there.
Okay. All right. It is time for another one of these little purple pixies. This other one I'm going to ping down here. The other one down at the end of the where the twisting path curves to. She starts to mock Ulrich. Something about his beard being.
Who would blame her? Like really?
Oh my God!
It's like a thing everybody should
his
do.
helmet sideways. I mean, it's really, really derisive, very vicious.
It's like another family member, but this one's called Perrick.
Yeah, exactly. So you're gonna have to. She's gonna roll to hit here, I think, with this. I forgot how vicious mockery works. I'm gonna put that real quick. Oh, it might be right here on the screen. Hang on a second.
All right, while Russ is looking that up, how does concentration work? Like if Doc gets hit?
Yeah, so anytime Doc gets hit, he has to make a roll to see. It's a Constitution save. It's half the damage you took or DC 10, whichever is higher.
Yeah.
So unless you get hit by more than 20 points, it's going to be a DC 10.
That's a con save.
All right. So Joe, you got to make a. This mockery is pretty nasty. You have to make a wisdom saving throw.
Wisdom save.
Mm-hmm.
I am not terrible at that.
Oh,
ooh, you wouldn't know.
I know the mockery. The mockery is striking home. And
this is
so
worse than my brother.
You take
He's
some
like
psychic damage. 3 points is even worse than when you agree with your brother. You take 3 points of psychic damage, and you're going to have disadvantage on your Lex attack roll.
Okay.
All right. All right. So, and speaking of disadvantage, Ulrich, you're up.
Disadvantage. I am going to cast Bless on myself and Euphemia and Kowalik.
Oh, wow.
So it affects 3 characters. You can add a D4 to any save or attack roll for the next minute.
Wow.
And you can do that each time you make a save or attack roll. Doesn't stop.
All right, Joe. Why don't you give them all a bless symbol then? That's great.
All right. Can I give them all a bless symbol?
I don't know. I mean, I can. Let's see. What do you want to use for a bless symbol? Give yourself a bless symbol, and I'll copy everybody else.
Let's use a heart because that seems cool.
Okay.
Bless your heart.
That's it.
Which one did you use? The heart with the ring around it?
Yeah. Because I don't think I can put it on them. Yeah, I can't put it on them.
Yeah, I think only people can do it to themselves.
Oh,
okay. There we go. Little heart there for Euphemia, and a little heart there for Karluk. All right, nice job there, Ulrich.
All right, and I'm gonna for my move. I'm gonna move up here. That was my action.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna move to there to block these guys off.
Okay.
And you've forgotten. You must decide. I say to the pixie. Next.
Excellent.
Russ.
Well, before
Russ.
Yes, John.
I think when you changed my token, you removed me from the initiative board.
Oh, I may have. Yeah, let me put you back.
I'm actually I have a 7.16.
All right, hang on. I'll add you back to the turn. And
I'm after Pirate.
7. There you go. Perfect. Okay, we got you back on the board there. Okay, Joe, so you said you must choose your path, and the pixie says, why must I choose? I like the one you've chosen. And as you run through the ground, you fail to notice that the ground is actually festooned with all these wreathing vines that are covered in thorns that start punching through your footwear, and they hurt a lot.
Dwarven boots, my
Apparently
friend.
he learned nothing from the spider shop.
As you wade through what some might call this spiky growth, you end up taking, let's see here, 2d4 piercing damage. Are you ready?
Go ahead.
For every 5 feet.
Those are dwarven iron
5,
shot
10,
boots,
15
sure.
feet of it. So let's do this here. So here comes the first damage. You take 3.
Okay.
And here comes the next. You take 6.
Yeah.
And the last. Take another 6. Ooh, that was painful. Yeah, you get poked quite a bit there.
All right, I am bloodied.
And it now becomes obvious that is a so I'm going to make this all visible now. So you can now see that these thorns and spikes all over the ground. You can't get the feeling the one that was doing that funny chant earlier, it may have been the culprit.
Okay, I need to do 3 concentration checks.
Yeah.
Wow.
So first one, and I get to add a D, which I'm going to get to add a D4. Cat, get out of my way. Get to add a D4 to that. So because of my spell. So
Yeah.
10.
We just made it.
Woo, pulled that one out.
Thank God I had bless up. Second one was a 19. I'm not going to bother. And the last one.
Ooh,
Ooh.
can't make it with a D4, my friend.
Oh, noes.
All right.
Okay.
So
He
Everybody
rolled
take-
a 5 for the audio audience.
Yeah, he rolled a 5.
the total is 7. So that's
Let's
it.
all
So
get rid of that bless we just put on
everybody
you.
lose
That's
that
gone.
bless.
That's the end of that nonsense.
Oh,
I don't think he blessed me, so it's all right.
No, he didn't bless you.
No.
Whose card is this? Someone put a card on the table. Should I get rid of that?
I know it's mine.
Okay.
I lost it on my screen. I don't know where it went.
I found it. What are you trying to do with it? I got it right
I was
here
just
for you.
trying to read it, so I remembered what my card was.
Oh,
I think it's for
you
my
can just
saving
mouse
throw.
over it. You dragged it out, so put it on the table.
Oh, there it is. Oh, it will only go on the visible part. That's the
Yeah,
problem.
yeah. That's the problem. But
How do I put it
if you
back in
hadn't
my
dragged it out and just moused over it, you'd have seen it.
All right, I got
Take it back, and then click it once, and then
Well, it appears under my pixie thing and too small to read, but that's all right.
well, no, click it again. Don't drag it.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
Plus 1d10
All right.
for saving throw. Good, perfect.
Okay.
I'll
So
put it back.
excellent. And to put it away, just click the little
Yeah, I
tiny.
got it. I figured it out.
All right, excellent. All right, nice job there, Ulrich. Well, in any case, bad luck. So you're
Don't step there, people. It's dangerous. Very, very
Ulrich is
painful.
bloodied, and the Pixies think this is the best. This is the best joke all week. Euphemia, you're up.
okay.
You see this like trail of thorns with dabbled with dwarf foot blood going across there.
Yes.
It's good for calluses.
I watch Ulrich and I shudder and cringe at the thorns that he just stepped through, but I know that he's tough. So I then reorient and I'm going to aim at the pixie targeting my good friend and the longest person I've adventured with, Pyric. And so I'm going to shoot my bow. I do not have advantage, but I do get sneak attack damage if I hit. So
It's a
now, the greatest thing about a halfling rolling a run, Russ,
Yeah.
is I get to re-roll it.
Yeah. Now, I'm sorry, I missed who you were attacking. What are you doing?
I'm attacking Pyrrhix.
Shooting an arrow on the one on Pyric.
Got it. Now, because they're fading in and out, don't forget you have disadvantage on the attack.
Boo.
So that's a problem.
You should roll another die, see if you get a second one.
Yeah.
I
Roll
guess it
for
doesn't
your.
matter. I guess it doesn't matter. You can't.
No,
get
you picked a 1. So your disadvantage attack had a 1.
Yep.
But because you're a halfling, you get to roll again because a halfling
re-roll
luck.
that.
Right.
So re-roll the 1.
So I rolled it as a 17. Does that mean I roll one more die?
No. That's good. That's good. So your halfling luck actually turned disadvantage into advantage, which is, okay, we'll allow it.
Halfling.
So 17 is definitely a hit. Roll damage.
All right. And actually, it's a 22 for the records.
Nice.
And I do lose 2 arrows, which stinks. Okay, the damage is 1d6 plus 3 piercing. No, sorry,
Plus
2d6.
3d6. Right?
I'm not up to 3d6 yet. Am I?
D6 for the arrow, plus 2d6 for sneak attack, plus 3 for your dexterity.
He's just combining all your dice for you, Rafe.
Because you get a D6 for your bow.
Yes,
You get
I did.
additional 2d6 for sneak attack. That's 3d6 altogether. Then
Whoops.
6. That 6 is.
Those are D4s, but
Yeah.
hey.
You rolled
All
up
right.
the same anyway.
So what is that? That is 7 plus 3 is 10 plus 3, 13 points of damage.
Oh, the bolt goes right through her forehead and out the back end. The arrow does, and she is gone.
Right up Main Street.
Yeah.
She's
Nice
taken
job.
out. So she went from laughing to dead faster than she could blink. Nice shot, Euphemia. Pyrrhic, you're up. The good news is you're feeling pretty clear at the moment, and you can't see around the corner ahead of you, so everything looks pretty okay, except for the thorns with dwarf blood on them. Everything's fine.
Okay. There were voices down the corridor. I thought I heard them say welcome, but I think they said help. So I'm going to move, make sure I get the right screen. I don't have the right screen today. It is very problematic. Why does this keep on happening to me? Oh, I can't see anything. All right. That's a problem. Okay. Let's try this again.
Does your character need to see? Did I screw him up? Let me see.
No, it's all good. I think I can do it now.
You should
1, 2, occupied. Is that
you can
extra
move through
movement?
friendlies. You can move through friendlies.
3, 4, 5, and then can I be in this square? Yes or no?
Yeah, you can't be there. You can be one down though, because that square is in the wall.
Okay. Can I see
Yes.
these sets of individuals? Well, I see this awful terrain.
Yeah. You can see the terrain. You can see the purple, the little corrupt, they're blinking in and out pixies there. And you can see Dwarf Miner, as you call him, standing amongst the brambles with bleeding feet.
Okay. Well, I'm glad he showed me the way.
It looks like Thor and Oakenshield with something sticking up through his foot.
That's right.
It looks like with some careful planning, one could step between the thorns now that you can see them. We're being cautious, but it would definitely be difficult. It would slow you down. You'd spend double movement to get through there.
I'm not going to do that. I am very concerned about Dwarf Miner's health. And since he had that knockdown in status, that obviously has affected his confidence. So I will then take my staff and point it heavenly, and out shoots one singular snowball, but then lands in this square right here. Will it ping for me? No, because I'm not on the right screen because it is today.
Hold on. Oh, there you go.
And then it will explode into a million snowballs in every direction, but miraculously avoiding the dwarf.
Because of your excellent spell slinging skills, right? Your feet.
It is a thing. I'm the master of fire and ice.
So it'll get both the ladies, the pixies there theoretically,
or anybody else who might be invisible.
Nice.
In that.
And what's awesome,
area.
and what's awesome is you don't have to roll to hit because it's just a radius. Now they get a saving throw.
They do, and the saving throw for that, this should go into the chat. Did it hit the chat now?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, and then it's going to be 3d6 cold damage on a failure.
All right.
Half as much damage. And where do I see the saving throw type?
Well, they get the save. It's usually
Dex.
Dex save. Okay.
They get a dex save, which is going to be unfortunate.
They're like zipping all over the place. And let's see how they do. It looks like they have, well, okay, before you roll damage, well, you can roll the damage. They take half if they fail or succeed?
Half.
Okay. So here it comes. They seem to have advantage. They seem to be like casting you see them hold little hands and like little wardic gestures and like little runes pop around them. And they're trying to repel your magic. But let's see how they do. So the first one tries to make their save. And the first one's going to get a 20, a modified 20.
Whoa. Yeah, so, this is not the spell for these guys.
She's going to make it. And then her friend there is also going to do her little warding trick. And he's going to also get a modified 20. So they both make 20. So they're going to take half damage. What was the half damage?
5, please.
Okay. The good news for them was they both modified it. The bad news was pixies aren't the most hardy of creatures. And both their forms are like warding, but then they just like freeze up, fall to the ground, and shatter, and are just gone.
Well, they can check out anytime they like, but now they can never leave.
Oh,
Take a point of inspiration for a little bit of eagles. All right. Excellent. Pyric, well played, sir. Thrall in spider form. Spider Thrall. What are you doing, Thrall?
2, 3.
I currently have a point of inspiration. I'm going to give that
Now, John,
inspiration.
are you going to spend extra movement to avoid the spiky thorns? Or
No, I'm going to walk along the ceiling.
All right, fair enough. All right, that's allowed.
Joe,
and then also,
do you have a point of inspiration?
I do. Thank you.
You should use it now and then get a hit point, and then I'll give you mine.
Okay, I will.
Because you're inspired by my incredible spell slinging ability.
That roll, Russ, was to see if my spider web slinging powers recharged. They did not.
I'm no longer bloodied. Thank you.
I don't see anything, so this is the end of my move. I'm gonna ready in action to attack anybody who comes within reach. I can't web sling them because I didn't get it.
I'm in reach.
I'm in reach.
Any enemy that I'm not related to.
Yeah. Okay. So not your brother, you're saying, basically.
No, any enemy I'm not related to.
Okay, fair. All right. Also, you got about 10 rounds left on the spider form. Just saying. Starting to run out of time.
With the dark pixies' deaths, does the brambles dissipate?
The brambles do not dissipate. Interestingly, no.
Oof.
But it is Karluk's. Now, again, the brambles are navigable. They're just going to cost you extra movement. If you just choose not to spend extra movement, you're probably going to get hurt like the dwarf did. Karluk, you're up. What would you like to do?
Let's see. Calic will advance. Oh, wrong screen. We'll advance slightly. I'll hold up the rear, boys, and I'm going to pull out my dagger and ready in action. If I see a pixie, I'm going to fling it.
Okay. Ulrich, what are you going to do?
I'm going to carefully, and I do say carefully, go through, step forward. And I say, I hear their voices calling far away. This tiny step of pain will wake me up in the middle of the night. Just to hear they say, do not assume anything. Clear your mind if you must be to discover the real villains of this plot. And I'm going to move half movement.
All right.
I assume just to go there. But I don't
be
know.
Careful. Sure. There you go. All right. Excellent. Euphemia, you're up.
Well, I will hold my action until after Karluk goes.
Oh, interesting. Okay. And Pyric.
Okay. Up in the distance, I'm afraid to see a shimmering light. So I'm going to move very slowly and carefully up.
All right. And Thrall, you are up, sir. You're kind of getting a feeling like Thrall, you particular, like you're starting to feel some really sort of like you don't need to take a nice long walk in a forest. And as a druid,
I recharge
you really feel connected to the forest. You're feeling the exact opposite of that. Like whatever the opposite of that feeling is, it's like getting more intense as you advance in here.
I recharged my web slinger, so I'm going to move to here, and then I'm going to hold my action to web sling any enemy target that shows themselves.
All right.
And I'm still hanging on the ceiling. Because this is an enclosed tunnel, you said, right?
Yes, it is a. It feels enclosed. Yeah, there's like it's like a tunnel of plant life, for lack of a better way to describe it. Yeah,
got it.
Okay. So things have calmed down a little bit. I still want everybody moving in short bursts, but and we'll keep going in order here. But we're kind of not combat at the moment, but still give me some careful descriptions because anything can happen here.
2 questions. What's the temperature like here?
It's actually pretty nice. It's not too hot. It's not too cold. Feels kind of like mid 70s.
And am I still viciously mocked by anybody but my brother right now?
The vicious mockery seems to have dissipated. The ill effects, you're kind of recovering from the insult. You still can't help kind of constantly correcting your helmet, always feeling like it's crooked, but otherwise you're doing okay.
All right, go ahead.
All right, Karluk, what do you want to do?
Euphemia, I think they're in their master's chambers. They've gathered for the feast. And Calix going to advance.
Oh my God. I feel like the first listener that emails us in the theme should get something.
There's a theme. Did you even announce that there was a theme?
I don't know what the theme is. I'm not even saying there is a theme other than, corrupted plant life. But all right, Karluk. Nice job. Ulrich, what are you going to do?
Since I held my action till Karluk, now that I see my protector moved, I also am going to move. Challenge is because my move is
I don't think you can hold movement, but
you can't?
No, I think you can only hold an action.
Oh, okay. Good to know.
Yeah.
Well, I do have to expend my bonus action in order to move to there, if that's allowed.
Yep. All right. Ulrich, you're up.
All right. So in this dark corridor with cool wind in my hair, with the warm smell of Kalitas rising up through the air, I'm going to step up half movement here to there.
All right. Excellent.
Guys, over there, I think I see a shimmering light.
Oh, man.
Euphemia, what are you going to do now? You got back around to you again. And so as you advance here, just for those not seeing the map here, following along with video. So our party has advanced through the tangled thorns and have now come to sort of a fork in this sort of green tunnel of plant life. And they can choose to go left or right. And to the left, it looks like there's a couple of different branching options. To the right, it just seems to go straight for quite some time.
Euphemia moves up behind Dwarf Major and Dwarf Minor, and she readies her bow, and she will shoot. So she's going to hold her action, and if an enemy comes in sight, she will shoot her bow, and she'll use her bonus action as a dodge.
All right. So Euphemia's readying up. Pyric, what do you want to do?
And I thought to myself, this could be heaven given the right situation, but this is more like heck. So I'm gonna just keep an eye on Cowlick, in case other misfortunate things could happen.
All right. Excellent. All right. And so Spider has 8 rounds left to spider form. Thrall, what are you going to do?
I am going to try to sense. Actually, I'm going to look around for any druidic symbols that would help us in our decision.
That's good.
Make a perception check. I know you automatically can decipher them, but you may not spot them.
I am supposed to automatically spot them.
Oh, are you?
Would you like me to put it into the description? I'll pop it in there for you. That's awesome.
No druidic symbols.
You can read that when you get some time. All right. There you go. And then the other thing I'm going to try to do is which one feels more bad?
Oh.
Because I can feel the badness of this woods.
Yeah, there you go. Honestly,
no rocks here. It sucks.
To the right, you are feeling this sort of badness. I mean, all of you don't feel like this is a good place, but Ulrich, being a druid, really is feeling the sense of.
No, Ulrich's not a druid, but Thrall is.
Oh, Thrall, sorry, Thrall. But Thrall, the right feels a little. I mean, it's kind of coming from everywhere. It's hard to say, but it feels like there's a little more to the right, than to the left. But the left really doesn't feel good either.
I'm gonna head this way for the moment. I'm gonna go half movement, and I'm gonna ready my action again to. I'm kind of doing that spider closed up thing on the roof there, and I'm gonna ready my action to shoot any enemies with my web slinger.
Okay, make a perception check.
I believe it's called Oh, perception check, sure.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Oh, so close
How'd
to
you
a
do?
20, folks.
I know it was very close to a 20.
Yeah, you didn't see anything.
It did
You rolled
not.
a 2, so that was not good perception.
Well, I
All
ended
right.
up with an 8, which isn't awful, but not good enough.
No. All right, Karluk, what are you going to do? So the spider advances down to the right for those who can't see, and is readying up to shoot something, but sees nothing down there. Karluk, what do you got?
All right, so Throllic's going to do one move action to get into this position. Is the spider on the ceiling or walking on the ground?
I'm on the ceiling.
All right. I will spend my action just doing a perception check, looking for more of those thorns or other devious pixie traps down this corridor.
Bugbear-like traps?
Yes. I'm so disappointed I didn't think of that. Perception check, Russ? Or
Yes, go for it.
all right. Ooh, 12.
Yeah, you also feel like, you're not feeling like it's a great vibes here, but you're not seeing anything down the corridor. Let's see here. Go ahead. Ulrich, describe what you're going to do for me before you do anything.
Me?
Yeah.
Well, first, because I can't resist it, once we start down this dark path, forever it will dominate our destiny, assuming it might. And then I'm going to say I will take the rear here, and I will check the passages as we go. So I'm going to just take a 5-foot step here and let everybody pass because it's the opposite direction my brother went. And
Nice.
then I'm going to look around and see if I can smell anything that smells more foul than a spider in a cave. Any hint that it might be a better way to go this way, just so I can show them up.
Yeah, make a perception check. Let's see if you get a hint.
Okay, I'll make one. I too will get an 11.
You're feeling like the only thing that makes this feel better is your brother didn't choose it.
Yeah, I'm
Other
definitely.
than that, you've got nothing.
Don't you have detect planar rift?
Nope. I kind of missed that one.
So no. All right. So you're feeling like okay. Euphemia, what are you gonna do?
All right. Euphemia is going to move up behind Thralwick and then detect traps ahead of her.
Oh.
And I forget how that works in D&D 5e. I have...
I honestly think it's a perception check, but I don't really know.
Is it perception or investigation? Or can I choose or no? Or
I guess it's up to the DM because it doesn't say under Thieves' Tools. It talks about disabling traps and unlocking doors.
Which
Yeah.
It actually doesn't talk about.
Go for a
finding them.
perception check, Rafe. Yeah, the difference is you have the capability to disarm them and stuff with the tools.
just a straight 10.
10. You're feeling like it's reasonably safe, but then so it should be okay to go this way. You're feeling like there's no you feel like you knew what you were looking for, maybe with those thorns in the other area, and you're feeling like there maybe aren't any right here, at least in the areas you can see.
Thralwick, I've looked ahead and I do not see anything similar to those spike traps.
I blink at you with 8 eyes.
Oh, and I'm going to
Euphemia.
bonus action dodge.
Oh, Euphemia, what a nice surprise. What a nice surprise. I'll come help out with my elven eyes.
Perfect.
That's pretty good. All right. So Pyric is advancing there. Where are you going to, Pyric?
Can I be here?
Sure.
Okay, then I'm going to help look down this corridor.
All right. Why don't you do a perception check?
Okay. All right, then. And now if I can find the correct window, I found it.
Yay!
Yay! It's those baby steps.
So right now we have in a corridor, the giant spider's on the roof. kind of in the lead. And below him and just a little bit back crouches Euphemia and Pyric. Both Pyric just rolled a 5 natural on a D20 to proceed.
Oh, that's what Pyric calls a 20. It wasn't a 1.
Anybody's rolled higher than an 11. So you're all kind of feeling like this corridor is green and full of leafy substances lining the ceiling and walls. But otherwise, not much else to notice here.
Yep.
Which is weird because ahead of you, as we get to the end of the round here, oops, I got to fix that spider ring expiring there. We're down to 6. You hear a little mockery occurring again, picking on the fact that the spider couldn't see anything to shoot with a web if it tried really hard. And so, John, I need you to make a wisdom saving throw. How'd we do?
18.
Got an 18. Pick the wrong spider.
18. Yeah, you're not insulted by that. There's better things. But Euphemia,
do I know where he is or no?
You also hear some mocking going on, and you're feeling like it's really kind of personal because there's expressing some concerns about your inability to cook or even be able to prepare a proper meal or even really when it's time to serve tea. Yes, John?
When it attacked me, Russ, did it reveal itself?
No.
All right. I feel these vicious insults. Are these fear-based insults?
They are not.
Okay.
Fear-based insults.
So
you got to make a wisdom save.
I will make a wisdom saving throw. Can I just click on my wisdom? No?
Your wisdom saving throw. Just
click on your wisdom saving throw at the top of your sheet on the left.
Ah, there it is.
So this is an attack of social anxiety, not social anxiety, but just self-worth. I get it.
I rolled the dreaded 2 because I cannot use my halfling luck with that.
It's like a halfling thing.
So unfortunately, you take D4 damage there, psychological damage, because that, picking on your cooking is really close to home. So you take 2 points of mental psychological damage as you realize that they're really hitting the right home there, on that one.
Well, due to feeling emboldened by both protections of Thralric and Cowlick, they bounce right off of me. I'm like, I will not pay attention to that mockery. I know it's false. It's those pixies. Translation, my temporary hit points absorbed it.
How much damage did Joe take in his run-in with faulty dwarven footwear?
I took 18 points of damage.
Oh, so we have a leader.
Yeah, I forgot. Yes. At the moment, Thrall is in lead.
True.
Or Ulrich's in lead. All right. Speaking of Thrall, though, Thrall, it's your turn. What do you want to do?
Yeah.
Oh, me. Yeah. I'm going to see if I see. Can I do a check to see if I see
perception check? Yeah.
Oh, wait. I don't even need that crap. I got 10-foot blind sense.
Oh, there you go. 10 feet.
I got 10-foot blind sight. Where are these bastards?
Well, 10. It's only 10 feet. So,
all right, I'm going to move 1 forward. Do I see any yet?
Not yet.
Do I sense any yet?
Not yet.
Do I sense any yet?
Not yet.
Do I sense any yet? That's 3.
Oh, wait.
Oh,
you sense 2 of them. They're right there. You're blinded. They're hovering near the top. But fortunately, you're up there. You're up there, and you're hovering near you. And so they're still perfectly invisible with blind sense, though you've got them. You got to lock them.
I don't need them, yeah. So my question is, can I, this one is in my way, so I can't pass through it, right?
Well, he's flying near the top, so you could run down. They're small, so you could run down the side of the tube and get under them if you wanted. Is
it possible to be above either one of them?
No, they're both hovering near the top.
Okay. So then I will just attack. I will actually.
So for listeners, the spider's been slowly advancing with a short range blind sight and was able to spot the invisible pixies as he advanced a little farther, wisely leveraging his spider form. John, take a point of inspiration for thinking to do that. It's pretty good.
All right. Anybody need inspiration?
Don't forget, in my world, you can spend a point to heal one, which is always handy, especially when you're just low level.
Joe, you need a healing or Euphemia?
No, I do not. I cannot heal temporary hit points.
Joe, heal yourself a point. I will then I will I'm going to attack the one in front of me with the spider bite.
All right. Yeah, you don't have disadvantage either because of blindside. That's pretty sweet.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure
that's going to be a hit there.
23. I'm pretty sure that hits his.
That's a hit.
Spidery butt. That's okay. So first, well, wait. So it works out. He's going to take 10 piercing.
Yeah, the piercing's going to kill him. You don't have to get to the poison.
Oh, okay, so we don't have to worry about the poison.
She just gets cut. Your fangs go right through her like being impaled on a longsword. This thing's so small, and you just take it right out.
I slide down to the side of the wall here because the one in front of me is dead, right?
Yeah, I just took her out.
Okay, and I'm kind of creeped up against the wall, and I point with two of my legs at where the other one is.
Okay. So the spider, you guys see the spider bite at something? It becomes visible on its fang as its little body crumples and gets dropped below, and it starts to sort of like already change colors from its weird purple to other forms as the venom sinks in. And then you see he's pointing his little leg straight ahead at apparently nothing. Like apparently he's pointing at nothing.
I'm a little concerned. Historically, we do not do very well with animal charades.
No, we don't. And I don't actually have vicious mockery, but I'm hoping they're telepathic, and I'm sending all kinds of dwarven profanity at the one.
All right. Karluk, it's your turn.
Oh, I was so preparing a great vicious mockery, but I can only do it against something I can see. So
yeah, you'd have to make a good perception check to be able to get a beat on this thing.
Oh, I can see Ulrich.
He loves that stuff.
I will, sure. Yeah, perception check. Let's see if I can see this pixie.
If you can roll well, because tell you what, I'm going to give you advantage because the spider's pointing at him. So I'm going to give you advantage.
Oh, there you go.
There you go. So yes, Karluk, let's see if you can actually
modify 20.
Yeah, you can see on the edge of your vision if you look at your map. So one of the cool things, roll 20 tip as a dungeon master. You can click on any token, and if you press Control L, the dungeon master view suddenly shows the view as if you're from that player. So I can immediately look and see if Karluk can actually see this pixie with LOS line of sight, and he can. So Karluk, you can see it. It's there, and you now know where it is because you're able to make out this little shimmering shape that's flickering in and out of existence right in front of the spider.
Perfect. All right, so Karluk is going to just do a move action, move forward a little bit, make sure I can still see the little pixie there.
Yep.
Casting Vicious Mockery, I'm going to say, the darkness emanating from the rift has made you very sickly. Come back to the light, little pixie. And with that, Vicious Mockery.
I think you should have said pickly.
Well, the little pixie gets her saving throw.
Yeah.
And again, she doesn't look too terribly concerned about this. So she's getting advantage on the save because she just is really good at this whole thing. And you said it's a wisdom save, right?
Yeah.
So she's going to pull a 16 on that. What's your DC? Probably not a 16.
13.
Yeah. So she's like, oh, we're doing this now. And she looks like she's getting ready to do a Vicious Mockery duel. Anything else, Karluk?
No, that's
ignore the big spider and a duel with the cow.
Yes.
All right. Ulrich, you're up.
Aye, little dark pixies in the ceiling, and my feet need to be on ice. I feel like we're all prisoners here. Our own device. All right.
He brought it back.
3, 4,
all right.
5. And
so Ulrich is I'll just keep narrating what's at the action on the screen here. Ulrich is running back. He was kind of checking the other direction, but now that there's been some action here in front of the spider, he has run past both the halfling and Pyric and is now right behind Karluk, preparing to do something.
All right. I am going to take a hand axe out.
Yeah.
And I'm going to throw my hand axe at said pixie.
Going all Assassin's Creed Valhalla in this situation.
Has he seen it yet?
No, I get disadvantage.
Yeah, you have disadvantage. Now that you have the spider, you can just try to attack with disadvantage. Yeah, sure.
Why do I feel like I'm going to take an axe to the abdomen?
Possibly.
It's a win-win no matter what.
I know. That's what I know.
Yeah. Take the shot.
Patience you must have, young Padawan. So this is disadvantage. So 2 rolls, take the worst.
Yeah.
The worst I got was 13.
13. Okay. That's going to... It does, in fact, miss the pixie. John, what's your armor class of the spider?
14, I think. Let me double check. 14.
You're okay.
If
So
only
the
I
axe
had,
misses you as
if
well.
I had that bless up, I could have got one of them.
All right, nice. Normally you don't roll to hit each other, but when the target's invisible, these things, who knows? It could be right above the spider. It's not exactly clear where it is. All right, Ulrich, nice try. Also, there's a chance your axe is going to get lost inside the shrubbery border
Brambles.
there. So why don't you go ahead and make a let's just roll. Give me a D20 roll, Joe.
Just
What'd
a
you get?
D20. You got
Yeah.
it.
Luck roll.
Yeah, if you get over a 10, you're fine. Oh, the axe is gone.
Ooh.
All right. Into
Its
the
branch
shrubbery.
is gone.
All right.
Hopefully that's not the one Mom gave you for your 15th birthday.
I got that those ruffians in that house, the Vandalin
A
house,
coming of age
that burned
present.
down.
Pyric.
Coming of age hand axe.
Coming of age index. Pyric, you're up.
Misread the blue token.
That's, they're really living it up here. Was such a lovely place. And she used to have such a lovely face. And now I'm going to freeze it off of her with the power of the Nord.
Wait, Wes, I got skipped over.
Oh, never mind.
Did you?
Yes,
Yeah, you
I go
did.
after
Oh,
Ulrich.
did I? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
All right. Euphemia, as Pyric makes that great quote, you decide you're going to do something first.
Yes, as Pyric is narrating, I shoot ahead 5 spaces,
Yeah.
shoot my bow, and my bonus action will be a dodge.
All right. Again, you have
Shooting the ball.
disadvantage because you can't see this pixie well.
Got a 13 and a 2.
Nope. The pixie easily dodges your bow.
Pew, another arrow lost.
Yeah,
All right,
can't-
and Pyric-
you can't use your bonus action to dodge, Rafe. You can only use it to disengage. I don't think dodge is one of them.
Yeah, I think it's disengage. Oh, disengage. I'm sorry, disengage, hide,
And,
and
Dash.
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 Sorry, I was
All
thinking the 3 Ds.
It would
but
be
now
cool
it's
though.
Pyric's turn. And
Dodge
Pyric
would
has
be
that
nice.
excellent quote and the power of the Nord. Right?
Yeah, the quotes? Who's doing quotes? What are you talking about, quotes? I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't
there,
know.
Russ.
I don't know.
There's,
I got a belly
what
full
are
of
you saying?
Highness.
And what are you saying? What are you saying? There's no game here. Nobody should be paying attention strictly
Okay.
to what I am saying. Can I use inspiration to cancel the disadvantage?
Yes, you may. Yes, you may. Well played, sir.
Then I will try to do that.
Okay.
Not that it's going to help. Yeah. Okay. So I will now hit my spell. My spell's got a
By the way, pro tip, roll 20 pro tip. If you click your token, you'll see 3 numbers in circles. The blue circle is your armor class.
I think I got her.
What'd you get?
17 total.
That is a hit on the little pixie. Was this a ray of cold? Power of the Nord?
Yeah, absolutely. She's
Okay, the
not-
ray strikes her right in the chest for how much damage?
She is a little risque, honestly. And, I think she should cover up.
All right.
Okay, that's going to be a D8, and I'm going to try to find the right screen, which I am unsuccessful at yet again.
Okay.
And boom. Oh, that was too many.
Ooh.
But I rolled a
Got
7.
about 2 7s. You can pick either 7.
That's the best rolling. I'm hot tonight.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
So that little pixie just completely freezes, falls to the ground, and shatters as she hit it, just as she was in the middle of a quick-witted comeback for Karluk.
I think her name was Champagne, and now she's pink champagne on ice.
Yeah.
Oh,
Wow.
wow.
Okay.
What a nice surprise.
Thrall, you're up. How are you going to continue advancing here?
I'm going to use my spider sense.
Oh, I see what you did there.
Or my druidic sense to try to sense the awfulness of direction, the proper awfulness.
You feel like
I feel like it should be top going north, but
you feel like it definitely feels north. And it's hard to get a direct make an Arcana check to try to get a real good beat on this.
Arcana or nature?
Nature. Sorry, nature's better.
It's the same, but I just think aesthetically.
No, nature's aesthetically better. I don't know what I was thinking. You rolled people.
I am the worst in tune with nature druid in the world.
Now,
I've always felt that.
You feel pretty good that heading, northeast of here,
All right, I'm
which
just
is
going to,
which is
I'm
up
going
and to the right
uh,
on the map here. North.
I'm gonna do a reaction to web any enemies that show up, and I
Okay.
don't sense anybody in my
And
10-foot spider.
The spider has moved to a Y in the corridor and is now sort of trying to prime both sides. And now that the spider's blind sense, this is a pretty good guardian position. Yes.
Yeah. So there's nobody in my blind sense, right?
Not at the moment. No. And your spider form is going to run out in about half a minute. 5 rounds.
Yeah, I got you.
Okay. All right. That's what that spider expires on the turn trackers. All
Yeah, I saw that. That's cool.
It's cool, except I got the wrong incrementer on there, but that's okay. All right. So Thrall, you're good. Karluk, what are you going to do?
Let's see. Heroism at this point expires, Rafe.
Oh, okay.
Is it okay? Yeah. So anybody with
Last
heroism, let's lose that. I think that was Euphemia. Had it on there. Gonna get rid of it. Okay. What's up, Karluk?
Let's see. I'm going to go ahead and do a dash action.
Ooh, Karluk getting bold.
Let's see. I'm going to get to right here. See if I get anybody to pop out and give Thrall a target.
Oh, look, you can see that goes a long way, huh?
And that's it for me.
So
I like
Karluk,
what I
you're
see.
racing by, the spider, and you're hauling butt. And as you just get past the spider, so you've taken the corridor to the right, corridor. It's the leafy passage to the right. And just as you do, you start to feel the leaves on the nearby trees starting to rustle ominously. And they're rattling, and it sounds very unsettling, but then it sort of just fades away. All right. Probably nothing to worry about. Ulrich, you're up.
I'm going to move my movement here, stay back to make sure Euphemia and my Grace make it past me, and I'm going to take an action to look for my lost axe, which has gone to other places.
Make a perception check there, Joe.
Oh, okay.
Remember Flash Gordon when he sticks his hand in that thing?
All right, make a perception check for my lost axe, longingly looking into it. 9.
Okay, so describe how you're trying to reach through the wall, because your axe kind of went into the wall, and if it had been like a stone wall or a wooden wall, it probably would have thudded or deflected off. But since it's a wall of sort of leaves and branches, it's sort of like pass through and sort of. So how are you gonna try to extract it from this wall?
I use the force. If that doesn't work, then I'm gonna look. If I can't,
you're gonna reach one arm in like Flash Gordon style.
No,
like
no, if I can't see, I'm not gonna reach in for it. This place
so
is
are you gonna try to like move the branches away gently to kind of peer through? Like describe how searching, or are you just gonna like look at the wall?
I take my hammer and just brush the stuff away and see if it comes up. Take my hammer and push.
So you stick your hammer in and kind of like move things away to try to see it.
Yeah.
All right, excellent.
There goes the hammer.
So as you do that, a branch wraps around your hammer and starts to pull. So make a strength save, Joe.
A strength save, okay?
Yeah.
And
Ooh,
Joe rolled a 5.
we got an 8.
a total 8. Total 8.
All right. Here's what's going down. Okay, this is awesome.
He's a weapon destruction.
I don't feel like Joe thinks it's awesome.
Well, your mileage can vary on the situation. So Joe, what actually happens here is this branch dislodges itself. It sort of like comes out of the from behind the wall a little bit, grabs the hammer, wrenches it from your hand, and it pushes through the wall. And now there's like this massive sort of tree situation has kind of emerged from the wall and is now in the middle of the path. You're going to see this in a minute here. So it's actually on right in between the spider.
Can I do my held action?
You can use your held action. It's a tree. It's a full-on tree. It like walks out of the thing, and it like let me get my thing here. And it's got Joe's hammer. And you have your held action. It's about to beat Ulrich with his own hammer. It's got it wrapped around a branch. What would you like to do?
Well, my held action was to web it, so I'm going to attempt to web it.
All right, excellent.
Ooh.
So that's a synth 20 to web it.
All right. Yeah.
I need it to.
So 20.
It gets a DC 12 strength check.
Okay.
Wait. The target is restrained by webbing. As an action, the restrained target. So it's restrained at the moment. So it has to use its action DC 12 strength check to burst free.
All right. And when it's restrained, it can't attack, right? Looking up restrained here.
No.
Restraining's bad, but not that
Creature
bad.
has
It's just got
Speed is
disadvantage.
0, and it can't use bonus. Attack rolls against this creature have advantage, which is good. And the creature has disadvantage, but it can still attack. So, but it is
Right. So it just
weapon
attacks
breakthrough.
with disadvantage, or it has to spend its action bursting out.
No attack rolls against. Oh, it's a disadvantage. Yeah. So it's going to. So that was good. You distracted it. So instead of its action being that it's going to attack the dwarf with his own hammer, it's going to attempt to break free. So it tries to make a strength.
Only
check to
DC
break-
12. Roll poorly. You can do it. That's poorly.
It is +4 to its strength, so it's a very strong tree. So
Well,
it
that
is
makes
a
sense.
13. So it rips free of the webbing, but that's its action, right? So it can't. So you have this giant tree now, good sized tree, about as big as the spider, fully blocking the corner and now separating the party. The spider and Ulrich are on one side. I'm sorry, the spider and Karlach are on one side, and Ulrich, Euphemia, and Pyric are on the other side of the tree, all for the want of an axe. The tree
Is my
also
axe-
still has
It's my axe in this tree.
Ulrich's hammer. You know what? Sure, the axe is actually lodged in one of his branches pretty high up, which is why he's so pissed off. You have to climb him or somehow take him out. But I'll tell you what, if you can defeat this tree, you'll get your hammer and your axe back. How's that?
Well, it's
All right.
flanked.
Make him worth your
That's
while.
good.
Yeah, we got him flanked.
All right. So the good news is the tree's flanked. I'm going to add the tree to the initiative step here. I'm going to roll initiative here. That was sort of a surprise round. Okay, the tree's on the tracker.
So close to a 1.
I know.
We'll put him. He goes after Euphemia, technically, with that roll. Okay, so Ulrich, well, it's technically your turn. You were in the middle of doing that, so that was your turn because you brought in a tree. So Euphemia, what would you like to do in this situation, staring down a giant tree that's holding a hammer that has an axe planted in one of its higher branches?
Yeah, I'm a little bit intimidated by this, to be honest.
Well, it is an unusual situation, I'm not going to lie.
However, Euphemia will kneel down, and she's going to aim for the trunk of the tree and shoot her bow.
Okay.
Scoring a 13.
That is enough to hit a tree. The good news is trees are pretty easy to hit.
I was hoping.
Yeah. But the bad news is that arrows don't do the most damage to a tree.
But you do get your sneak attack on it because I'm next to it. And
I
so
do.
is throw.
Yeah, I
Ulrich.
wasn't expecting to get shot by a halfling's arrow. So you get all your damage bonuses, but all the piercing damage is going to be
Ugh.
halved because it's resistant to piercing damage.
Well, it's going to be even less than what I rolled. I rolled a 1, 1, and a 2. And with my bonus, that's a total of 7.
7. So having that, rounding down, will be a 3. All right. So the tree takes a light chip, and
Yes.
honestly, it barely notices from this little arrow dinging a few bits of it bark off.
Good to know.
All right, it's now the tree's turn, and the tree is armed with its own branches plus a dwarven hammer. Who knew? And Ulrich, it still seems very upset with you. Another Lord of the Rings reference. Trees have no love for those axe-wielding creatures. So it looks a little pissed off, and it tries to strike you with your own hammer. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Here it goes. It doesn't roll well though. It's going to get a 10. So you easily dodge your own hammer. It doesn't look like it's really good at wielding hammers, honestly.
What a nice surprise. Bring your alibis. Let's go.
All right, Pyric, it's your turn.
Any time of year, I say any time of year, you could find these kinds of things here. So I am very concerned about more of them showing up. I am going to use the staff to put mage armor on myself and turn my attention to behind us or around, keeping an eye out in case of another surprise attack.
All right, so spend your charges there for mage armor.
I did.
And I'll give you a little symbol here for mage armor. You got to think of a good symbol for mage armor. That'll have a good
That'll last 8 hours.
armor symbol there. So we'll put a little there's a shield. There we go. Little shield type symbol there. Perfect. Okay, Pyric, you are shielded up. Nice job. Giant spider, John, your spider form has got 4 rounds left. And
I'm gonna roll to see if my webbing recharges. That's a 5 or 6.
There you go. It does
not.
It took a lot of webbing to capture that tree.
That's right. I'm gonna bite it and see how trees do with poison.
Yeah,
I'm flanking
we'll
it, so I get advantage.
Thank goodness.
Oh, yeah,
and I end up with an 18.
Yeah, you did, because your first roll would have missed. Yeah, your bite does actually sink deep. You can kind of taste a little sap.
It takes 11 piercing damage, which is only going to be 5 after you half it.
Yep. So he takes 5,
and then
do a lot.
It has to make a DC 11 Constitution saving throw.
All right, here it goes. It's pretty good at Constitution, so we'll see what it does. It gets a 21 modifier.
Going to make that on a saving throw, failed save, or half as much damage on a successful. So it takes 9 poison damage, halved is 4.
So -4. Yeah, it doesn't seem to be resistant. The poison seems to bite deep, and its bark starts to sort of flex around the poison.
Well, this is where poison apples come from.
Yeah, and trees do die of disease all the time. So yeah, poison's not a good thing for trees. All right. All the ends talk about bad water.
It's these quarters, if I climb on the ceiling, can Karlach get in there or no?
Yeah, sure, I'll allow that. Why not?
All right, so I'm on the ceiling attacking it then.
Karlach, you can get in there and double team, yeah. And speaking of Karlach, it's your turn.
Let's see here. Karlach is going to shout to Ulrich, "Yank your axe free. It's time to chop down this tree."
Nice.
And
yeah, you turn around to the most crazy situation where the spider's on the roof of the thing. There's this tree like half in and out of all the walls, moving through it like it's not really there. Like the walls seem to be like making way for the tree, like the tree's moving through water. It's really weird. There's this axe up high. It's got a hammer. And yeah, you're running in there, Karlach, because why not?
This will make a great
like
song.
a bull in the china shop. All right, Karlach, what are you going to do?
Double-handed slash with the long sword.
All right.
I'll use my inspiration.
You're flanking him. You don't need to use inspiration.
Oh, I don't need it. Yeah, 18.
What'd you get?
18.
18's a hit.
All right.
Is this slashing damage?
This is slashing.
Slashing seems
Didn't
to be
you get a 20?
Slashing's what you do on trees to chop them down. Slashing's going to work pretty well.
Nice.
I got a 19 totally.
19 damage?
No.
Well, he doesn't have his +1 sword in yet, right?
Oh, I do. Yeah, no, I don't have it in yet. Yep. So another.
So it was actually a nat sin 20.
That's okay.
That's all right. I was just
He hit
curious.
all day. If he hit all day.
But the damage, watch this, baby.
Yeah.
13 damage.
13 damage. Nice.
I wipe the sap out of my eye that I assume squirts onto my eyebrow.
Yes.
Now your hand is stuck to your eyebrow.
Like blood, it starts to get all sticky. It's a really annoying. So Ulrich, you're up.
All right, I'm going
This
to.
thing has all your weapons, by the way.
I have several throwing axes, so I'm going to use it. So I have to pull up my hand axe, another throwing axe again. Going to hit it with take a thing. I do get advantage, so I'll get 2 swings on it.
Oh, nat 20, baby!
All right, so I get a nat 20.
Somebody ticked off the dwarf.
That's right.
All right, Joe's like, you had enough of my weapons.
That's my axe, bitch.
All right.
I stab with my steely axe, and I just can't kill this beast. All right, let's do
it. Nice. You're gonna do. I play these little critical hit cards, which sometimes are really nasty, but they also work both ways. So what I like about these is you can one-shot even very powerful characters, as John's been finding out in my other campaign quite often. But also the other guys can do it to you, so it makes any encounter deadly, no matter how small. So Joe, you pulled really well, and you hit him right in a critical root that sort of really pulses the tree with life.
That would be
you're going to do quadruple damage.
Okay. Damage. So that's 44 points of damage.
44. So you just your axe just.
So you got to roll it, Joe. Joe, you got to roll it.
You
got to roll it.
Sorry.
It's not quadruple max damage.
No, it's not. That
should be only 1d6, right?
It should be just 1d6. It's d6 plus 3.
So roll a d6, add 3 times 4.
Well, it'd be plus 5 damage total.
Okay.
So hold on. So I clicked underneath the hand axe. Should have come out with that.
Just roll a d6.
D6 here. So it's this plus 5. So 10. So 40 points of damage.
40 points of damage. There you go. So your axe, like, you just like in one swing, you like basically cleave through 3 of the key roots, and the tree just falls to the ground and ceases motion.
You don't take a baby's. Yeah, you don't take
the
a
axe
baby's
branch
bottle.
is right at your feet with your own axe in it, and it drops the hammer at your feet as well.
You don't take candy from a baby. You don't take a hammer from a dwarf.
Nice.
Excellent. Nicely done, Joe. You recovered your honor, your axe, and took out a tree.
I put my axes back in my hammer. I'm like, thank you. That was mine.
Right.
Oh, don't be careful. I still hear those voices. They're calling from far away.
They do wake me up in the middle of the night.
All right. Euphemia, what are you thinking?
I'm going to make a perception check using my eye for detail, which is just a perception check, to uncover any hidden things or decipher clues.
All right, go for it.
Straight up 12. I have no bonuses.
Well, you don't see anything immediately obvious going on right now. You do feel like with your 12, you're kind of noticing mostly the obvious, but with your extra abilities, you'll notice that like you feel like if you look really hard between some of the leaves and other brambles and things that are causing this tunnel, that every once in a while you see another one of these trees in there that's kind of moving. So you may not want to mess off the path too much.
Okay. I tell Pyric that. I say, Pyric, I see some more of those creatures on both sides. All right, that's it.
Speaking of Pyric, it's your turn, Pyric. Did you want to move Euphemia at all or no?
Nope.
Okay. Pyric, you're up. Your magical barriers are up. You're doing great.
I wish there were mirrors on the ceiling. That would help us see a little farther. Anybody got a spell for that? 1, 2, 3, 4. They seem to have it covered. They looked down this corridor to the right. So I will take a peek at this corridor off to the left then.
All right. Make a perception check there, Pyric.
Well, that requires me to roll.
It does.
Can we negotiate?
No.
Oh, that's pretty good for me. I got 14.
All right, 14. Again, you're not really getting a strong sensation which way to go. However, you do feel that both directions, and you're at the same fork now that the spider and Karluk are both at. And as you look down them, you can proceed left or right. To your left, there is the tunnel proceeds a little ways down and then has a T junction. And to your sort of right direction, it looks like there are going to be several different branching corridors you could choose from. But everything looks equally good or bad depending on your point of view of being an optimist or a pessimist. All right, John, you're getting down there. You got about 3 rounds left in this current iteration of your spider form. And what do you want to do, Thrall?
I go up here.
All right. Make another perception check there, John, as you look. So the spider goes down the left side of the corridor and gets to that junction, the T junction, and looks in both directions.
15.
And, what's that?
15.
So your druid feelings are the general source of foreboding and the wrongness of nature almost feels like it's sort of, if you're facing sort of north west at the moment, and just kind of turn left, it's almost straight ahead, but there's a strong negative energy coming just from the right. Like you feel like if you turned right, you get even more negative energy from where you are now, but you don't perceive any immediate threats right around you.
All right, I go here and ready in action. Oh, it's another round. Let me see if my web charged.
There you go.
Roll a d6.
The spider's taking her right down the corridor.
It did.
Oh,
so I'm
yeah,
ready.
roll a 6. You're
I'm gonna ready in action to web any enemies that appear.
All right.
That I'm not related to.
That's right. Karluk, you're up. Karluk's back at the junction there on the corridors.
Let's see. Cadillac still feeling brave.
Daddy?
I'm going to advance 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Nice.
And Advance again. 1, 2. So this is a dash 3, 4, 5. Ooh, I'm seeing a lot of space here.
Oh, hey. All right, Karluk.
Put myself back one space right there.
All right, Karluk, you get into a really interesting area there. So Karluk finds Karluk kind of takes a different path, a couple of the twisting corners. Thrallrick, you see Karluk come across the intersection you were staring down, and he goes straight ahead and he gets to this
Another Minotaur in a maze. Be careful.
large opening, a very large opening ahead of you. And it looks like a quiet glade. The enclosed forest path is opening into this beautiful glade filled with little wildflowers and lush grasses. It looks very, very lovely. Anything else you want to do, Karluk?
Is the air still foul?
Make a perception check there.
Ooh, 16.
Nice.
Ooh, yeah. So 16 is pretty good. So you're looking in this and you feel like it should be nice, and maybe it was once nice, at some point. But now it actually feels a little bit tainted. And there is this one on the north side, sort of partly where the wall sort of goes around this large room or not room, but sort of this glade. There's a trunk of a large tree and its branches are moving as if swaying in the wind, except you realize the wind's not really blowing correctly for the way the branches are moving.
Beware
Nice.
the pleasant glade. There's another one of those foul trees to the north. There you go.
All right.
And
And
Karluk, I can't see you. Where did you go?
Ulrich, it's your turn.
Come find me.
Oh,
Relax,
the sound of the
little Minotaur
cowbell.
man. Little Minotaur man. We're in a dark place we find ourselves, and a little more knowledge might light our way. Says a once a great green sage I once knew. 2, 3, 4,
So Ulrich's meanwhile back at that initial fort
5.
and is slowly
I'm-
catching up to the spider.
5.
brother.
I'm gonna go there. Can I see anybody ahead of me?
You can
No.
see the spider, I believe.
I can't see him, so I don't think
I
he
can't
can
see him.
No, you
either.
actually can't. No, Joe, you can't see
No.
anything. You just see this turn. If you want to make a perception check, you can.
All right, I'm gonna make a perception to see where the heck did they go. And perception
How'd you do?
9. Do I have any idea which direction they went in?
Not with a 9. No.
Okay, I'm gonna stay there and watch and see where the
Okay.
where my other stalwart companions go.
Because you heard Ulrich's voice, but it was kind of, Karluk's voice, but it was kind of like hard to get with the way these things turn and twist.
Yep.
So Euphemia, you're up. It's sort of like a maze of woods.
Euphemia does know where Karluk goes because he's the second most longest adventurer. So she's going to do her regular move of 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then take her standard action move. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then use her bonus dash. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And lands right behind Karluk.
All right. So Euphemia runs down the corridors and is now right behind Karluk. And you can just make out around the corner a little bit of this glade that you think Karluk was referencing when he was saying there's beware the tree in the glade. But you can't get an angle on any kind of tree. You're just seeing this open, this quiet,
Open glade. Yeah.
beautiful glade.
We lost somebody. Who did we lose?
Did we lose Joel?
Pyric. Oh, did we lose
We
a?
lost his video.
Oh
Yeah.
no, Joe, you still with us? Oh,
No.
let's see if he reconnects while we finish up our round here. Pyric, what would you like to do?
Oh, I would like to. I know there's a rift here pouring potential energies into this, making everything crazy and dark. Does my natural abilities to tap these kinds of energies to cast spells help me narrow this down?
Define narrow it down, like direction or
Yeah, directionally,
Yeah.
or if if I can, feel the sense of the corruption through the vines or so forth and whatnot. Like,
yeah, go for an Arcana check.
I would like to do this Arcana check. This is a thing. I will have a go.
Have a go.
Ooh. What's your modified version of that, Seppi?
That's 23 total.
So he rolls an 18, 23. You get a really good read on this. I mean, now that you're in the middle of this, having seen the dwarf like plunge his arms in there and this tree come out and seeing the kind of spells and activities of the pixies, you're starting to sort of get a feel for what's going on here. Obviously, not a lot of nature or strange twistings of nature, but you're also getting a different energy. There's actually two energies here overlapping each other. There's like this dark, sort of perverted fey energy that's going, and that's not something you're super familiar with, but it's going on here. That's probably the energy that Thrall's picking up on. But there's also waves of arcanic energy that usually come from focus stones or ley lines that are also here, and it feels like one is being amplified from the other. And it feels like almost like the ley line energy would normally be very good and powerful and beneficial, but this dark fey energy is further corrupting that, and that being here is kind of like amplifying it, like a magnifying glass amplifying the sun. So it's like a convergence of two things at once, and you're getting a very good sort of homing feeling on both of them. They're both, you sort of feel like from your current direction, you might even be able to infuse your focus, your magic item you use for focusing, to sort of point in the direction of one or the other. You could choose either the dark energy or this if you spent your full action doing it. But right now you can feel that both the magical energy as well as the dark fey energy are coming from the northeast, the kind of the thing that Thalra kept kind of looking at too, kind of the northeastern direction, with the magical energy just a little bit more north and northwest, and the dark fey a little more westish. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
Close to each other.
You said northeast from where I am.
Northwest from where you are. Yeah.
Oh, northwest from where I am, in the direction that Cowlick and Euphemia went.
No, Cowlick and Euphemia are going east, right? So
pure
imagine
east.
the screen you're looking at is the cardinal directions of the compass, with the top of the screen being north and the right being east. So west is the left, right? So, but it's very much north first. So going north is the fastest way to close in on these things, but it's north and a little west for both of those.
Well, I know they will not stop unless I tell them.
Right.
I say, everyone stop.
All right.
Come to me. I think I can lead us the way. Basically saying I need another action to attune my staff, my focus to where we need to go.
All right. So meanwhile, Pyric does all that. You guys can decide how to respond to that. John, you got 2 rounds left on spider form. And Thrall, it's your turn.
All right, I'm going to...
Is Joe back with us?
I am back.
Yeah.
Hey, yay. All right, cool. So we barely know you were gone, Joe. We didn't get back to your round yet.
I had a catastrophe. Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Catastrophe.
I'm going to move... back here. So, I don't like there either.
I attack it.
I'm going to move here because then I can see everybody. And I'm going to hold my action to web any enemies and wait for Pyric to do his thing. So I'm done.
All right.
I just readied an action to web any enemies that I'm not related to.
All right. Karlak, what are you going to do?
Oh, Karlak. Let's see here. He's liking this exploring and just running through these twisted vines. He's got to sprint back in this direction here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
You said sprint, right?
Dash. Yeah. Run quickly.
Put a Minotaur maze is what you get.
Joe got the translation of that damn question. All right. Yeah. So Karluk starts to run the other way and runs past Euphemia, past the spider. past the intersection, past Pyric, and gets down to another area and takes a right and starts to look down yet another twisting, curving set of passages. If you're listening to this in audio and you can't understand what the heck's going on, I'm pretty sure that the Minotaur doesn't know either. So he comes running around, takes a run on the corner, and is looking down another twisting, curving set of paths in this crazy or tangling.
Is it dark in here, Russ?
No, it's actually lit, which is the weird part. Because it's daytime. So sun's filtering through somehow
That's cool.
more than it should. Yeah.
It's the perfect Minotaur maze because as we've determined, they can't see in the dark.
He doesn't know it's candles. Ulrich, you're up. The Minotaur just went bolting by you.
Relax, Minotaur. There'll be plenty of mazes in the future. I'm just going to step up to here and wait for more information from Pyric and say, Your Grace, we must find a way out. The Minotaur has been overly excited by this maze. Truly wonderful the mind of a child is. Looking at the Minotaur run. That's another Yoda quote.
All right. Okay.
And I'm going to ready in action. If anybody comes within 5 feet of me that's an enemy, I attack them.
Okay, great. Euphemia, you're up.
Okay. Euphemia sees Cowlick suddenly just gather a head of steam and come bowling in the opposite direction.
Yeah.
Whether she hears Pyric or doesn't hear Pyric, one will never know.
Yeah.
Because halfling curiosity will take over, and she is going to creep around the corner and make a perception check. No, an investigation check on the tree to discover any clues or hidden ciphers or anything to learn about the tree.
Okay, from this range, you feel like you're going to have to get closer. You're going to have disadvantage from this distance.
The vampiric blight tree.
I will use inspiration.
What's the worst thing that can happen?
Okay. You can do that. Inspiration will cancel out the disadvantage, so you get one roll. How'd you do?
15 total.
All right. You feel like this tree is similar to the one you just saw. It is somehow alive, meaning that all trees are alive, but it's sort of like animated.
Yep.
Or maybe awakened, if you will. And it seems to be sort of like moving a little bit, but it doesn't seem to be aggressively. It doesn't seem to, it's either not aware of you or it doesn't really mind where you are at the moment. And it's not really doing much of anything. Yeah.
All right. Does it seem to be guarding anything or a room, not a plateau, like a rune stone or a treasure or
it does. Well, it does seem to be with a 16. It does seem to be in a position where if someone were to try to leave the passage on the sort of the northern side of this glade, it would be in a pretty good spot to strike them without looking obvious about it.
Okay.
Right? So it's not standing in front of that way, but it's sort of like potentially
perfect.
It could easily stop that.
You should talk to me about it. I'm really good at being obvious.
Yeah.
I'm going to use my bonus action to hide. There's my stealth roll, which is a 12 total.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to wait for Pyric's instructions that she either hears or doesn't hear. You never know.
Okay. Excellent. Okay.
Or just ignores.
Right.
Pyric, what are you going to do?
You said it would take me a full round action to.
It's a full action. You could attune your focus because you rolled so well. You could attune your focus to kind of be like a little guide to kind of help you get a good strong feeling on whether you're moving closer or farther away. And you can choose to attune it to either the dark fey energy, which would be an Arcana check with disadvantage to pull the attunement off, or the arcane energy, which would be a advantage roll because you're good at Arcana to tune it to that thing.
I would definitely do the latter, not the former.
Okay.
Okay. I'm going to give this a try.
All right.
It's an Arcana check. With advantage. Whee!
You got advantage. So when 18's a really good roll.
Yeah. Well, I needed it.
Okay, good. And what's your bonus?
I get a 23 total.
Yeah. So you feel like your staff is attuned to this and will kind of guide you closer. So it can help you choose which direction to go at any of these corners to try to get closer to this this arcanic force that's happening in the
friends. So it feels that the natural ley energies of this place have interacted with some sort of fey anomaly, and the two of them have sort of thrust themselves upon each other, sort of groping and thrusting and groping in a very metaphysical sort of way. And I don't think most of you are comfortable with that. I think we should stop the shenanigans.
I do know the way, Your Grace.
Well, maybe.
That's an old answer if I ever heard one.
I don't know, whatever.
Whatever.
I think I would let's I'm going to hold up the staff and where is it indicating?
Let's see. Where are you? The shortest path would be sort of based on where the staff's going. You feel like if you were to, you didn't get a chance to see the glade well, but you kind of got a feeling from Euphemia look, because you can sort of see Euphemia from where you are a little bit, from where she was looking up. If there's a path on the north side of that glade, that might be the most direct route to the arcanic energy you're sensing.
Oh, okay. Well, I sometimes people need to beat the wood, so I guess we're going in that direction.
I guess we are going in that direction. All right. Pyre, are you going to move at all, Pyric?
I had to take so much energy. I only took a 5-foot step to focus, and I did a lot of role playing.
Fair enough. I love it.
Did you point? Steppy, did Pyric point in the direction we need?
The light does for me.
All right.
Okay.
So yeah, Seppi, how do you want to describe the light working on your staff? I'll let you create this since it's your innate.
Okay. Well, it starts at the base because I thrusted it into the ground, and then slowly but surely.
I apologize.
You had to do it.
It surely just wells itself up, getting more and more aggressive until it got to the top, and then.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I don't understand. Why are you what's the problem here?
What are we describing again?
Never mind.
Why don't we just move on? It's your turn.
I will move on if I get an inspiration for shutting up.
Yes, I'll give you an inspiration.
All right, then. Role playing over.
All right. Thrall, you have one round left of spider form before it wears out. This form wears out. What would you like to do?
So his antics pointed this way, right?
Yes, they pointed towards
Euphemia, right?
Yes. Yep.
Yeah. Why am I having trouble moving my guy? 2, 3, 4, 5.
What? Because your big bloated belly's being carried by 8 legs.
I drop right. I come into the room on the ceiling here, Russ. Do you see what I am?
Yep. And you're still on the ceiling?
Where's that tree? I don't see the tree on the map.
Oh,
or is the whole thing trees?
No, the tree's on sort of the. Let me bring him down a little bit. Is he there now?
No,
I don't see him. There
we go. How's that?
That is one big tree. Yeah, I see him now.
Yeah, that's him. He's big.
That's a huge tree, as we say in D&D.
Yeah.
Am I allowed to talk as he passes by me?
I skitter over you.
Keep it short. Yep.
I say, Throlic, from the path I can see Warren. I think it's guarding the North Passage.
I give him a equivalent of a spider's thumbs up.
All right, are you staying on the ceiling? Because you're going to run out next turn. Are you cool with that?
How far is the drop?
10 feet.
And can I acrobatically land like Iron Man?
You can make a dex check and tell me if it's, and then we'll decide if it's like Iron Man.
Okay, that's the plan.
All right, sounds good. You can use acrobatics, by the way, when you fall.
Yeah.
All right. It'll be the start of your next turn. You have to make the check. All right. Karluk, you're up.
I'm better with athletics. That's fine.
There you go. Karluk, what are you gonna do?
Oh, Karluk loves this place. Let's see.
Oh, you know what I'm gonna do, Russ? Hang on, Russ. I moved normal, so I'm gonna ready my action to, as I transform, shift my weight so I can use my spider dex to land properly.
Oh, nice. Okay, fair enough. Karluk, it's your turn. What are you gonna do?
Let's see.
Not sure it's much better, but that sounds cool.
Does sound cool.
Let's see here. Karluk's gonna dash back He's gonna run back this way. I love
Our little new puppy gets this thing where and I guess all puppies do this. They run back and forth around the house, and they call them zoomies. You know, your dog zoom, zoom, zoom. I feel like a minotaur in a maze gets zoomies. Apparently,
Yes.
I didn't know that was a thing, but
Yes.
I'm getting my steps in.
Zoom. Oh, there's a passage over here. Zoom. Oh, there's a passage over here. Oh, look, some human left yarn here. Zoom. All right, Karlak, where did you get?
I'm right by Thrall.
Okay, fair enough. All right, awesome. All right. Ulrich, what do you want to do?
Aye, Pyrrhic, good job lighting up a candle to show us the way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Well, he did something to show us the way. I'm not sure it's called lighting.
He was gripping that candle like a man with a mission.
Oh my god!
And then I'm gonna move. I'm actually gonna take a double move, which I never do. But one, just so I can see what the heck's. Oh my god, there's a spider there. All right, just to there. All right.
So everybody's sort of congested at the entrance to this glade, where it's sort of very narrow before it opens up into the glade-like area. And Ulrich has got a good spot there too. Euphemia, what would you like to do?
Euphemia is debating her leadership skills, where talking to the dragon worked so well. She's really contemplating talking to the tree ant, but she looks around and she doesn't see Pyric. She knows that being an elf, he probably can talk to trees better than Euphemia can. So she is going to hold her action, and if her party is attacked, she will shoot it with a bow.
Okay. Pyric, what would you like to do?
First of all, I want to know why everybody always laughs when I say stuff. 2, 3,
I don't know.
You're funny.
4,
You're like a clown
5,
funny.
6.
Am I like a clown to you?
That's half my action.
That's all elves.
That's my movement. It doesn't look like I can see anything from where I am.
Well, I whisper now that you're behind me.
I can see the edge of it. I can see the edge.
I say
Yeah,
Pyric.
you can. So Ulrich, Pyric, from where you are, you can sort of start to see into this glade that everybody's been kind of talking about, and you can just see the edge on the far side of the glade of a rather large tree over there as well. But you're not really in a good position to see much besides that.
Well, these are the natural denizens of this place, and they've been driven mad. I'm going to leave it to our druid, our master druid, to decide whether or not they should be vanquished for fire, because I will burn this place to the ground. I mean, I will not even think twice about it. Or if we should instead, hopefully, give them a chance to right themselves mentally after we take out all of this strangeness that has happened.
Okay.
Burn it to the ground.
All
It's
right.
not made of stone.
So
that is, I guess that would make me talking and walking and generally looking for the spider. I guess that'll put me there.
Okay. So you're now sort of in the entryway too, and it's pretty congested with adventurers there. But yeah, you can see the spiders on the ceiling, and I just sort of noticed the spider up there, and you can see the glade really well. And there's this tree sort of half in the glade and half sort of in the, for lack of a better term, wall of the glade. It's just you noticing all this. The spider starts to drop from the ceiling, and as he does so, he morphs into the dwarf you all know pretty well. And John, make that dexterity set check using the spider's dexterity. Acrobatics. Sorry.
Okay, I lost my dwarf token, so you'll need to find it.
I got it. I got the dwarf token. Go ahead and roll.
Like a boss.
Like Iron Man.
Boss. 22, Russell.
22. He lands like a nimble dwarf.
My screen just went black. So.
I know. I'm giving your token sight here.
Okay.
No more blind sense, eh?
I'd like some sight beyond sight.
There you go. Should be able to see now. There you are.
All right. I land poof, like a boss. And I'm going to stroll up. 1, 2, 3.
Ooh, we're gonna need another dwarf.
and address
Go?
this tree.
Okay, no, you don't get that far. So
Okay.
you get to you get to here.
Ping where I get to, Russ. I move myself back.
I got it. So you said you're moving to here, right? So you got to here.
Well, I'll move as far as I'm talking to him as I move.
One step at a time and let go of it. Because I don't know if anybody knows this. You can't see another player's token move until you let go of the mouse.
Okay.
Right.
So I will in Druidic, as I approach it, I say, ancient tree, what ails this place?
All right. Well, that's very good. And that's excellent. And the tree.
Want me to use persuasion, or I don't have a good persuasion, but whatever you want me to do. Survival.
Well, you get to there and you start to say your sentence, and as you do, a vine comes up out of the ground, wraps itself around your toe, or tries to.
Right up Main Street.
And here it comes.
Do I get a dex save or something?
Well, you're about to find out. What's your armor class?
16.
Oh, yeah, I think it misses. So you're in good shape. A vine comes out and tries to wrap itself around your foot.
I'm going to jump up in the air as far as jumps. I'm going to jump up in the air that dwarves as far as dwarves jump, which is like 2 inches. And then I'm going to bitch slap it down with my wooden shield.
All right. So you slap it down, the vine. And as you do so, you realize that coming up out of the ground with like sawed on its head is this little creature. And it's not that little. I mean, it's human size or man size.
Looks like a mouthy dirt claw.
Here we go. You guys can all see it right now. Here it is. It's
that's cool.
Piece of sod comes up out of the ground. It's like, and it's got these little tendrils. And one of the tendrils tried to trip you, and it is right there in your grill.
You know what that looks like? That looks like an angry Pokemon.
It's a very angry Pokemon. What looked like a mere patch of green grass suddenly uproots itself and shows its true form, a flat, half turtle-like creature with a wide maw filled with sharp wooden teeth.
I choose you.
Do I still have the rest? Do I still have the rest of my turn?
You do, because that was his surprise attack, and he whiffed it with his little trip attempt.
So I only moved 2.
Yep.
I love that little thing. I want it as a pet.
I know. I choose you, Thrall. Right. I throw Thrall out there.
1, 2, 3. And just to annoy Russ, I turn back into a spider.
Oh, man. Did all that work?
As a bonus action, I know, huh?
All right, hang on. Animal forms.
Can you do that so many times a day or something?
That's it. This is it. Twice a day. I get it back at a short rest, but
that's cool.
All right.
I would have liked to do some other things, but it's no sense getting beat around as me. Plus, the blind sense is wicked useful in here, so.
You should have vision.
Lasts an hour.
Oh, sorry.
Well, it actually lasts half your level rounded down, but when we go to 4th level, it'll be pretty sweet. 2 hours.
There you go, John. Your spider's back.
All right, awesome. So I don't have my hit points and stuff in my little spider and armor class, but I'm gonna then attempt to bite it. So we'll go there while you do that. See how it feels about biting.
It's like eating dirt.
23 to hit.
23 does hit the creature.
So it's going to take 7 piercing damage, and then it has to make a Constitution save.
Piercing? All right. Yep. 7 piercing damage will actually hurt it. So he takes that damage. It cuts into its little wooden bits. And what's he got to do? What kind of save?
Constitution save, DC 11, unless he's immune to poison, and then we don't have to worry about it.
It always rolls with advantage. I hate when it does that. Here we go. Constitution save. He rolls a 16.
So he takes half a 9.
What kind of damage is it? I'm sorry.
Poison.
Poison.
Yeah, he's not. He's immune to poison, so nothing.
Oh, he is.
Yeah, sorry.
Good to know.
Yep.
All right.
Right in the dirt.
All right. Unlike the tree, he's totally immune. Okay.
That makes sense.
So
being a pile of dirt.
Yeah, pretty much dirt and wood. All right. Okay. So
And
go ahead. I'm
I
gonna add
flash
a-
my eyes at the tree, telling it to stand its ground with my look.
And or make a persuasion check with your look. And you did get your view. You did get your druid wording out too, by the way, because it didn't trip you.
I did.
Yeah.
So just straight up persuasion. I'm going to use my inspiration because I never do.
Go for it. Yeah.
And it was ineffective. I got a 9.
Yeah, the tree does not look. I mean, it's hard to tell if a tree is really persuaded or not, but it doesn't look like it really was.
It looks unplussed.
It does look,
nonplussed,
they say. All right.
That's my turn.
Okay. I got to put you back on the turn tracker there. What was your initiative, John?
A 7-ish. 7, yeah.
7-ish. All right. 7-ish. Okay, great.
No, it was 7. It was definitely
So it's I believe it's Pyrrhic's turn.
Yep.
Oh, it's my turn.
Yes.
Okay, then. Well, I like being surrounded by big, strong men, so I'm going to stay where I am. And I'm going to let this creature of Sod know that I am the very best, like no one ever was. I'm going to put it to the test with my Feel the Power of the Nord. Okay. All right. Woo. I got the spell ready. Boom. I found the screen. I can do it. And I'm rolling.
nice.
Holy cow.
I'm on fire today. I
Nice.
got a 19.
And what kind of damage does that do? Cold damage, right?
It's going to be cold damage.
Yeah, he's going to feel that.
That's awesome. I like it when they feel the hurting things.
Hopefully he's vulnerable to.
And
Oh.
I did 1 point. There I am. I should
All right,
back up.
well, a few of its blades of grass on its little soddy head there frost off, but otherwise he's fine.
Okay.
All right. Pyrrhic, nice job there. Now, before we're back to the top of the round here, since we got a little bit of a late start, we'll do one more round here before we pause for the week. But also what happens here is I'm going to move.
How come I'm before Thrall in the
It was the end of the round.
Oh, because I had to re-add you.
Before Pyrrhic. There we go.
Now you're corrected. So one other thing that happens here, though, I'm moving you around, Pyrrhic, though. I'm going to fix you in a second.
Okay.
So there's also another one of these things appears right in your guy's grill here.
Oh, no.
And it was, you were literally like standing basically on his head. So as he comes up, I need you to make a dexterity save because you kind of like, you lose your balance on it.
Okay. If I make the dexterity save, then can I continue my movement?
You may.
All right, then. I'm going to be inspired to get out of the way because I'm a coward.
All right.
Let's use my inspiration. And you said just dexterity?
Yes.
Okay. There's a dexterity. And there's a dexterity.
Nice. Well, your inspiration saved you. So with a 17, you easily you feel its movement and are able to leap aside just in time.
Okay, then I'm gonna drop back here for other brave dwarf people to step up and do
All right, nice.
brave dwarf things.
All right. So I'm adding this new sod creature to the initiative track, and he's in the right spot there. However, he gets his surprise round, so he's going to go here before Karlach does. So he's going to Karlach, before you get to go, he's going to whip out another one of these little tendrils, and it's going to go right for your leg. So he rolls to hit with his tendril.
He's the freaking Bulbasaur.
And but he's not rolling very well, and he misses. But besides you're close, he also attempts to bite you with his big wood sharp-filled mouth. So he does that as well.
Total sense.
And that rolls a little better. That's going to be a 17. What's your armor class there, Karlach?
That gets me.
All right. You're going to take 2d6 plus 2 piercing damage from him. So you're going to take 9 points of damage from the sharpened wooden teeth that make his mouth.
Got it.
Oh,
All right. So yeah, he does a little bit of damage there, and he's right in your face, Karlach. And we'll play through one more round before we have to pause for the evening. So go ahead, Karlach. What are you going to do?
Calic realizes that Thrall really probably needs some help here because, again, we're being called upon to strike down some nature. So I'm going to say this dark fey evil needs to be stopped. It saddens my heart that this great tree needs chopped. And then I'll combat inspiration.
Sound like the Lorax.
Yeah. It's like throwing down some Seuss.
You're traveling with Dr. Seuss here.
Yeah, that's right.
Then
That's a good one.
Calic's going to move up here, setting up for an advantage attack.
Yeah, you can hold your attack until I move into position too, if you'd like.
Well, I might strike it down, I guess. I'm going to double-handed sword swing at this little
Okay. Roll to hit.
17.
That is a hit.
Excellent.
Your sword bites deep into the creature.
Choppy.
And +5, 12 damage.
All right.
From the
Your sword
magical
seems to-
blade, if that matters, Russell.
Your sword seems to do full damage there to him. And you big chunks of wood and sod fly off the creature. However, he is not bloodied yet.
Oh, that's not good.
Ulrich, you're up.
I do not feel bad for these creatures. Death is a natural part of life. Rejoice in those around who are transformed into back to sod, I should say. Mourn them, do not. Miss them, do not. And I'm going to get the. Ooh, was that me?
No, I was just bringing the tree onto the initiative track.
Oh,
No
you got my
reason at all.
He's
color.
going to help us. He likes me.
So I'm going to go there. I'm going to take my hammer to it. Let's see if we can do if that gets reduction in damage, because that's
right.
my favorite thing.
So your hammer's going up after this big chunk of walking sod here.
That's right. And this is 2 attacks. 1, 2.
That's a hit.
Then 2 of them. So 22 is my best of that flanking love.
That is going to be a hit with the advantage.
And that is going to do 6 points of bludgeoning damage.
All right.
Pound sand, Joe. Pound sand.
Yeah.
All right. He is now looking like big chunks of his wooden torso are broken apart and huge parts of sod have been chunked out of him like a golfer's just been duffing on his head. And so yeah, he's starting to look like he's in pretty bad shape.
I yell 4. 4!
All right. And your hammer seems to work just fine on this little guy.
Excellent.
All right. Euphemia, you're up.
Have a couple rules question.
Yeah, sure.
If Joe moved into melee, if he had movement left and took another step, does that provoke an attack of opportunity?
As
It
long
does
as it
not.
doesn't leave the creature's attack range now.
Yeah. So
All right. And do the creatures only have limited amounts? So like once they make one, unless they have a special skill?
They have one. Yeah, they have
They can
one
only
reaction.
react once.
Okay.
So unless they have a special rule, they can only react once.
Since Ulrich and I are beginning to fight in tandem, I instantly recognize his sidestep to mean I should fill the void. I step
Nice.
up and I attack with my short sword with advantage.
All right, roll to hit.
18 and 14.
18 will do it. Roll damage.
Okay, all right.
You
What
can
kind of
sneak
damage is
attack.
this?
This is short sword, so is that slashing?
Slashing damage. Works just fine on these guys.
ho, max damage.
Wow.
Suck it.
Your
Max
sword sword is 3 to
damage.
6. Oh, because it's a. Oh, wow. Yeah.
Because
So 18.
sneak attack.
Yeah, it's
So
actually
21
more than
damage.
that. It's 21.
Oh, yeah. You cut the thing in half and it just parts go everywhere and it is destroyed.
That's what happens when you go to fill a dwarf's void.
That's right.
Oh,
I high five Euphemia. Woo!
woo, nice double team. That was, you guys are getting some
You got any
skills now.
movement? Euphemia, you got any movement left to set me up on the flank? Well,
I do.
maybe you don't want to get that close. Never mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing is I'm a bit squishy.
You want to
Yeah,
always go
okay.
after.
No, that's
after
good. We're
everybody else.
fine.
Yeah, we
Uh,
saw
but-
what happened when she got too close to a giant spider last
But
time.
I am going to continue up behind Karlik, and then I'll use my bonus to hide. No,
right.
take that back. I'm going to use my bonus to look at the tree and use my investigation, my eye for detail, to see if I can get a sense whether it's going to attack us or if it's just trying to protect the
You
grove.
can investigate as a bonus action?
Yes, it's what I picked as my rogue ability.
I like it. The only downside is you have disadvantage from this range. So go for
Okey-doke.
it. Yeah.
All right. Sorry, lost it here. 7 is my weakest roll.
Yep. So yeah, you're still feeling like it's just a tree there. No, not really knowing much more than you did last time.
Okey-doke.
All right. It's now the Awakened Tree's turn, and it's going to make a decision based on how well you persuaded it earlier there, Thrall. So let's see.
Huh.
That
one!
It rolled in that one. So it is still befuddled and confused by your commentary, and seems to be sort of experiencing some sort of existential crisis at the moment.
I feel it all the time when he talks.
So now it is the creature's turn there, the guy in the ground there, and it's having trouble deciding which way to go. So we're just going to roll a d6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Roll a d6.
I just counted out some numbers in my head, and right in the middle. So it's going for Karluk. So it advances one, and then Karluk, and it lashes out with its little tentacles on the way in to try to trip you.
Do I get an attack of opportunity, Russ?
Oh, you do. Yeah. It misses with its tentacles. John, take your attack of opportunity. Wait, are you in the ceiling? No, you wouldn't have been. You were in dwarf form. You wouldn't have been. Take your attack.
It bit me or attacked me, right? So
Yeah. Take your attack.
I was in dwarf form. That's right.
Yep.
Dwarf form.
Does a 16 hit?
It does.
It's immune to poison, so it just takes 8 piercing damage.
All right. Okay. That did bloody it, so it kind of made a bad call. But it is still advancing on Karluk, and it makes a bite attack on you, Karluk. So here it goes.
Chomp.
I don't know if it got you. It rolled a 7. It is +4, so an 11 will probably not hit you, right?
Miss. Yeah.
So it misses. So the big piece of carnivorous sod can't get a piece of you. And Pyric, it's your turn.
Okay. I'm certain that I am not the tastiest bit of the thing to bite on right now. So I'm going to move up. Okay. And then I also summon the power of the Nord to smite it again. Raising my staff high, wondering why everybody thinks that's so funny. And then I give it a roll.
All right. Go for it.
Here's
are you shooting the carnivorous sod or the tree?
No, I'm not. I'm leaving that tree alone.
Okay.
Okay, there you go. All right, I got a 15.
15, that'll hit.
That's awesome. And now I'm going to roll damage. Whoa, again, I'm hot.
He rolls a natural 1. What's your total damage on that?
1.
I think it's 1. That's twice in a row.
My daughter was just complaining that the spellcasters get no bonuses to their damage dice rolls. And she's like, it kind of takes the wind out of your sails. It is a little bit rough sometimes.
Yeah.
All right. So Thrall, it's your turn to go, carrying up the end of the round here.
Slip down to set up the double flank maneuver.
Yep.
And then I attack with advantage with my bite. I get a 21 as my best roll.
That's a hit.
And only 4 piercing damage, sadly.
All right. The little sod is still up. And that's where we'll have to end it this week. So the sod is badly damaged, but still fighting on. The tree is befuddled in the corner at the moment. And we're not exactly sure if it's going to join the battle or continue to be persuaded to stay out of things. We'll find all of the answers to that and more when next we play.
With the tree standing in the doorway, I still hear the mission bell.
Looking for not too horrible insight and entertainment beyond the usual paltry 4-hour D6G shows? Well, there's only one place on the planet you can find it, and it's in the Lost Chapters. Go to the D6generation.com and begin your quest. Damn, farming games. Why did it have to be farming games?
Hey everyone, hope you are enjoying another episode filled with content from Roleplay 8 Charisma, our ongoing D&D campaign. But as I mentioned a couple episodes ago, I also thought it'd be a lot of fun if we could squeeze in the occasional game review here, sort of an interlude between the story. And this time around, I thought it might be interesting to look at an older game. You know, we sort of obsess over the new hotness, right? And so on the D6G, we're constantly talking about games that have just come out, or maybe they're on Kickstarters and we just got them and you can't go find them. But today I wanted to talk about a game called Roll Player, ROLL Player, not ROLE Player. It is a board game. It is not an RPG, but it is certainly inspired by RPG character creation activities. And this game came out way back in 2016. So it is old enough to not be new, but new enough to still be available on store shelves. You should be able to find Roll Player at fine gaming stores everywhere, online from your various retailers. So it is not a hard game to find, and that's because it has been very critically acclaimed. Also, it's got a really slick expansion I'll talk a little about in a minute. I haven't tried the expansion yet, but now I kind of want to. But first, before I spoil my thoughts, let's talk a little about this game. So I convinced my 17-year-old daughter to play it with me today, and we thought we'd give it a try out. So we played 2 players. The game does actually have a solo mode, and it plays, ideally it's 1 to 4 players. I think sweet spot would be 3 to 4 players, but it was a lot of fun with just 2 players. And so the premise of this game is you're basically going through the process of creating your character for a typical fantasy role-playing game. It is clearly very inspired by Dungeons & Dragons. This is apparent very immediately because for each of your stats, you are trying to arrange literally 3 D6, 3 6-sided dice, in such a manner to optimize the total for that stat to match the class you have chosen. So each player is going to get a pretty interesting little board. And this board, the board itself, the player mat, if you will, but it's thick cardboard and it's got slots cut out so you can slot in 6-sided dice for each of the stats. And the stats are all the classics from Dungeons & Dragons. You got strength, dexterity, constitution, intelligence, wisdom, charisma, right? The board itself is the racial board. So there's a dwarf board, there's a human board, there's a halfling board. So in the core game, I don't know, there's like 7 or 8 different race boards you can get. The boards are double-sided. So one side of the board, you can be the male version. On the other side of the board, you can be the female version. Gender has no effect on gameplay. It's just sort of fun. And the art in this game, I will say the art is fantastic throughout. So it's very inspiring, very evocative throughout the game. So in the very beginning of the game, you're going to choose one of these cards, which is going to allow you to pick your race. And just like Dungeons & Dragons, the race is going to create modifiers on each of your stats. So for example, I'm holding the dwarf card in my hands, and dwarves, their end constitution score is going to be +2, while their end charisma score is going to be -2, right? So all the classic racial modifiers are here throughout as well. And what you're basically going to be doing is going through the game, and there's a giant bag of multicolored D6s, and you're going to be going through the game and rolling these D6s and alternating as players and trying to get the best die to fill out your character. But of course, it is sort of a bidding order mechanic game, so that you're not always going to get the first dibs and the best die out there. Each round there's going to be like a market situation, and there's going to be several different dice to choose from, and in player order you're going to get to pick those dice with advantages or disadvantages to the dice you want. So for example, if you generally select a higher die, that means you're going to also get last pick on the market purchasing phase. So you're going to be buying cards throughout the game, and you're also going to be selecting dice. The dice then are slotted to get your stats. The cards can be purchased to fill out the gear, skills, so the weapons, the armor, the skills, and the traits of your character, all which modify either actions you can do in the game or the final victory points you can score in the game, right? And so how do victory points work? Well, you're trying to create this character. You're trying to min-max your character, but not min-max your character as a fighter necessarily or as a bard. You're actually trying to min-max your character for the backstory, the class, and the alignment that you've been dealt. So in the very beginning of the game, you're going to be randomly dealt a class card. And this class card is multi-sided. It's either like, for example, and they're all color-coded, right? So you might get the green class card. One side is the druid. The other side is the ranger. And these class cards are going to have stat goals for each of your stats. So for example, maybe for a ranger, you want to have good dexterity. And if you get a dexterity that's over 17 or 17 to 18, for example, you might get 4 stars, 4 victory points at the end of the game. But then you also might want to have your wisdom above a 14. I'm making these numbers up now, but you get the idea. So each class card is going to have these goals. Some of them are range goals. Some of them are specific targets. And each goal is going to have an associated number of stars next to them, which are victory points you'll trigger at the end of the game. So from the very beginning, you're trying to get the right totals, right, for each of your stats that match your class total, but don't forget those racial modifiers are going to kick in too. So, and you don't get to choose your class. So you might have picked a dwarf, but you might be trying to build a dwarven bard, which would be rough because dwarves are -2 charisma, for example. But the good news is the card is double-sided on the class, so you can kind of flip to the other side and maybe have a slightly better class for your particular situation. Now, the other thing you got to deal with is your class's backstory, or your character's backstory. These are also going to be dealt randomly to you, and they're going to be different classic backstories you see from RPGs. And what the backstory is going to really do, there's a bit of fluff on there, but the real goal is there's a color pattern that matches the way you lock in your D6s on the board. And you're trying to match this color pattern. And the more matches you get in this color plan, it's like Azul. The more matches you get in this color pattern, the more you'll score at the end of the game. So maybe it says that in your strength row of 3 dice, if you can get a red die in the middle spot, that's a bonus situation. Or maybe in the dexterity row, if there can be a white die at the very end, that's a bonus situation as well. So in addition to trying to get your ability scores to really hit the numbers you want in your class goals, you're also trying to get the right color dice. And this bag is full of 7 different colored dice that you're going to be drawing from and placing. So now you got 2 things you're trying to balance, right? You're trying to balance the color of the dice to get your backstory correct, and you're trying to balance the sums of the dice to get your class goals correct. But that's not all. You also are going to be randomly dealt an alignment card. And this card also has a nice, by the way, all these cards have a nice little spot they go right on the player mat. So the player mat really looks like almost like a player sheet from a role-playing game. It's got your character's portrait in the corner. It's got your stats big and bold right in the middle, where it's going to be filled in with dice. And then you got the spot for your class card, which tells you those goals. You got your spot for your backstory card, tells you those goals. And then you're also having a spot for your alignment card. So you're also going to be randomly dealt an alignment card. And I thought this mechanic was really pretty clever. So in the alignment card, it's a square grid. The alignment is on the top. So for example, it might say, I'm forgetting what mine was. I was a barbarian with chaos. It wasn't called chaotic. It was called something like braggart or something. Anyway, so it's got sort of a fluffy, fun sort of final state or mode or acting condition for your character, like braggart or something. But then there's this little grid, 9-box grid. The top of the box is the good side. The bottom box is evil. The rightmost side is chaotic, and the other side is lawful. So imagine you have a little cube, which you do, and you put this cube in this 9-box grid, and if it's in the center, you would be true neutral. And the more up the cube moves, the more good you become. The more down the cube moves, the more evil you become. Left becomes more lawful, right becomes more chaotic. So if you're in the upper left-hand quadrant, you are lawful good, for example. Now on your alignment card, in addition to the word that says, sort of the fluff of the alignment you're trying to achieve, or the mental state of your character you're trying to achieve, some of these 9 boxes have minus stars in them, and some of them have plus stars. So basically, at the end of the game, where your alignment cube is located, and you're going to put a little cube on this grid, and as things progress throughout the game, your alignment will shift, and your goal is to try to get your alignment in the right spot at the end of the game for maximum victory points there. So now you got 3 different places to score victory points. You want to match your stat goals for your class to min-max your stat. You're trying to match your backstory with picking the right color locations for your dice. And now throughout the game, you're going to try to push your alignment cube to the right place. So at the end of the game, you can match up with that as well, right? So the primary mechanics of the game are, again, each round, each player is going to draw a cube or die, excuse me. The dice are going to be pre-rolled. So you're going to be choosing the die based on its color to try to match your backstory, but also its number to try to match your class. But then after you all pick your dice and you do those sorts of things, and by the way, when you place your die in your track, in addition to sort of locking it in and saying, I'm going to put this 5 in the middle cube slot for my strength, in addition to that, each of the stat rows has a little icon on the end of it. And this iconography tells you a special ability you get to execute when you put the die in that spot. So for example, for strength, when you put a die in a strength row, it allows you to flip any die anywhere in your character sheet from the current side to the opposite side, right? So if you have a 1, you could make it a 6, for example, somewhere. The Dex ability is to swap any 2 dice. The Wisdom ability allows you to move your alignment cube in one direction, for example, one orthogonal direction, that kind of thing. So there's all kinds of little abilities as well. So what's also interesting now is you're balancing where the cubes go. There's so many choices here you're trying to do. I'm not sure how Craig's going to feel about this game, but I can't wait to try it with him and see. But there's so many things you're trying to balance. It's a very simple game to understand. But when you're placing every single cube, you're thinking, is that the right number I need? Is it the right color I need? And am I going to be able to maximize the ability when I place this cube? Because keep in mind that once you've placed all 3 cubes in one of your rows, that row is going to be filled for the rest of the game. And so you're only going to get 3 executions of those abilities. And so you want to maximize those when you can. Okay, so those dice, you place those things. What about the cards? Well, around the perimeter of your mat, there are little zones that are defined, and you're going to place cards around your mat. There's an area for weapons, there's an area for armor, there's an area for traits, and there's an area for skills. And this is where the market comes in. So each round, we're going to deal out some market cards. And at the top of the round, you're going to see both what dice are available to pick and what market cards there are to shop for. And here's a tricky bit. The dice are on top of cards that tell you the initiative order you're going to get when you buy from the market. So the additional thing, trying to get the right die color and the right number for your character sheet, now you also kind of want the right initiative stat that goes with the die, because that's going to give you the prime choice when you go to the market. When you go to the market, you can be able to buy all kinds of things that do interesting things. For example, armor, as you buy armor and equip it, that's going to give you victory point multipliers for having like armor sets. And some of the armor sets work better for some classes than for others. And by the way, I think I mentioned this, the classes are all color-coded, which match colors of the dice, right? So an additional thing you can keep track of is barbarians, for the fighter class, for example, is red. Any red cube at the end of the game is an additional +1 victory point, but also there's things like the chainmail armor set, which says if a red character equips this, it's an additional victory point at the end of the game. And the way armor sets work is the more like armor set you have, so if you have the chainmail shirt and the matching chain coif and the matching chain gloves and the matching chain boots, you get many more victory points than if you don't. So now you're trying to equip your character properly, as well as getting the right stats and everything else, right? Sounding familiar? So you got to get all that nailed down. There's also weapons. Weapons give you all kinds of weird modifiers. You are limited on the weapons by the number of hands icons on the card, which makes sense. I had a cool longsword that let me have +1 to all of my dice that matched my class. So I was a fighter, so any red dice were +1. So any 6s became 7s at the end of the game. Pretty handy, right? So that could be very powerful, although I forgot that I had that ability and I actually went too high in one stat because I missed it, but then it saved me in another stat. So like an idiot, I caught it in one spot, but I missed it in the other. But that's really neat. Your traits are generally victory point modifiers. They're either bonus victory points for buying them. They are victory point modifiers. For example, the guy greedy would be the guy being the most money at the end of the game, for example. And then there are skills. Skills are interesting. You activate skills and they let you do things in the middle of the game. One of the skills that was really powerful, for example, is you could remove one of your dice from your board, go through the dice bag and find a different color and replace your die with it. The interesting thing about skills, though, is you have to tap them when you use them, so you can only use them once per round, and all the skills have an alignment direction indicator on them when you use them. And so when you choose to use a skill, you must be able to move your alignment cube in that direction indicated. So if you're already pegged in one direction, you can't, but it also means it's going to move your alignment away. So some of these are good then. You want to get some skills to control where your alignment ends up, but then other skills not so much because you really want the ability, but it's going to push your alignment in the wrong direction. So, and they've done a really good job of tying sort of what the skills are to alignment shifts from a fluff point of view. So, right. So if you want a little extra money, you can tap a card to get some gold. You're basically doing some robbery, but of course your alignment slides a little more towards the evil side, things like that. A really sort of interesting mechanic there as well. Also, when you buy certain cards from the market, in addition to having to pay the gold cost on the card, so the gold is a resource you get. And every once in a while, there's gold dice you pick up that give you money. But there's also the ability in the market phase, instead of buying a market card, you can simply choose one to discard to also get some gold as well. So a lot going on here, I know. But basically, the sort of the situation here is you're picking dice every round, and then you're buying a market card each round. And what's powerful about going first in the market phase, even if there's not a market card you want, you can basically remove a market card from the market. You get 2 gold, and the rest of the players who go after you don't get to buy that one, and the market cards are not refreshed during a given market phase, so you're basically keeping others from getting it. So it's got a nice little take that mechanic to it as well. I don't know if I mentioned this, but certain market cards also have icons on them to indicate when you buy them, in addition to the gold it costs, your alignment also shifts a little more in a given direction. So how you control your alignment: purchasing the right gear, right? Getting the right skills, right? Becoming more of a thief or more of a do-gooder. And of course, in addition to that, there are some activities like when you put a wisdom cube down, you can move your alignment as well. So at the end of the game, very simple. You go through, you count up all the stars, right? And there's a nice little, on the bottom of the character sheet, tells you all the sources of victory points. Again, how many of those attributes landed what your class wants to optimize? Did you fill out your backstory colors? Is your alignment cube in the right spot? pluses or minuses for that. Yeah, there's a lot of negatives in the alignment cube area if you end up in the wrong alignment for the one you were trying to get to. And then there's you get bonuses for all the cards you have in front of you. And then the one bonus that's not plainly in front of you in terms of iconography is, don't forget, you get +1 victory point for every cube or every die, D6, that matches your character's color. Another nice little sort of design, graphic design idea. The quick reference card that each player has is double-sided, and when you flip it over, it becomes a victory point tracker, and you just put your cube on top of that, and when you're doing your final victory point summing, you just move your cube along. A nice handy little trick there as well. So I was really impressed. My daughter and I weren't sure what we thought about this, and she was kind of like, I'd like to try it. It might be the kind of game that's fun when you go camping or whatever. We go camping often with my brother's family, and as I think I've mentioned on the show before, we're all D&D players. She immediately enjoyed it. She said, I'll definitely play it again. I would also. And I'm intrigued. The one disappointment with it, actually, because I love the art. I love the simple play style. We learned it, played it, the whole thing in an hour for 2 players. Really enjoyed it. I kind of wish there was an ability to kind of use your character a little bit. It's like all character creation and then it ends. And so this is what intrigues me about the expansion for this game, which is called Role Player Monsters and Minions, which adds more races, more classes, more cards in general, but it also adds mechanics so that you can fight little monsters, and then there's a boss fight at the end. So you kind of get to test drive your character a little bit, and I find that to be a little bit intriguing, so I'm really curious. I'd love to try that one as well. I'm going to wait to get that until I get a couple more playthroughs to make sure that everybody enjoys it, but I feel like this could be a winner for us, and I really like the components, the ease of use, the ease of learning and teaching, and how the playtime is also nice and short as well. So a great little game for anybody who is a role-playing game fan. I don't know if it would appeal much to non-role players. I don't know if the mechanics are that really interesting for those folks, or the theme might not apply, but if you've got any role players you game with regularly, pull this one out. I think they're really going to enjoy it, and that is Role Player. Been out for a long time. You should be finding it at a gaming store near you. And now, speaking of role-playing, it's time to jump back in to Roleplay 8 Charisma. Is your character not as agile as you would like?
Karluk looks at Euphemia and says, I really wish he would have missed, and then just falls over.
Is DM's grace in short supply? Oh, and the candles go out on the Minotaur's horns. Is compassion not your character's strong suit?
Minotaur more like beef or more like cannibalism? I'm asking for a friend.
Is persuasion your dump stat?
Be prepared for a caster. These do not move on their own.
There's no caster here.
Listen long enough, and you too might learn how to roleplay 8 Charisma. Hey, everybody, welcome back to another session of, what's our official name now, Rafe? Do we have a name for this thing?
Oh, you had to catch me. Adventurers in Phandalin. No, that's not it.
No.
Seppi's Starfinders. No, that's not it.
No.
Ulrich and Throlric, the Blues Brothers.
Nailed it.
No, that's not it. I remember Karluk's Singing Troop of Troubadours.
I
thought it was
but I like
Euphemia
that one.
and
I don't
Ix.
remember that one being on the idea table, but it should have been.
Tales
No,
from
it
the
is.
well, baby. Tales from the well.
Tales from the Well's pretty good.
Yeah, Tales from the Well. That was pretty good.
Yeah,
We put our heads together, and we are role playing with 8 Charisma.
That sounds about right. That sounds about right. Excellent. So welcome to another episode of R8C from the D6G. See what I did there? Look at that. Excellent. So we do need a summary though. And I think thanks to Seppi, we now Roleplay 8 Charisma has an official rule around who has to do the summary. And if I check, does anyone remember who took the most damage last session?
It was Joe, I think.
Was it the
It's
bloody
Joe.
footed wonder?
It's Joe.
Was it me again?
It is.
Yeah, he ran across a bunch
Joe.
of thorns and ripped up
Joe,
your
you
feet.
took the most damage. I think it involved you, a tree, and an axe. So, Joe, what happened last session?
Well, I don't have my book of grudges, so I'm gonna have to wing this one.
Okay.
So let me try and remember what happened. Let's see. We had an amazing time with our Minotaur in the maze. He was running around crazily. Oh no, we started with the Dark Pixies. It was dark pixies, and then the way I took my damage was I chased after him and got my feet hurt, chasing after because of the spiky bits. And then we were making our way deeper into the woods. Is that where we started? I think with the dark pixies.
We were already in the maze with the dark pixies.
Yeah, that's where we started. We were right in the middle of battle where we stopped.
In the middle of a fight, yeah.
And so then we came forward. We had some explorers from Euphemia and Cowlick who were running ahead to check what was going on. They were taking out dark pixies left and right. The Pyrrhic, Starfinder, and myself kind of took up the back. And I think Cowlick was kind of our explorer du jour because he was really dashing up and down each passage.
He was like a bull in a forest maze.
like a bull in a maze china shop.
That's right.
And so we found out with pure serendipity that if you put something into the maze, apparently the treants will attack you. And lucky for us, we managed to take that treant down. So we're not going to go through the walls. What happens if you break the third plane? And then we went into a clearing, and if I remember correctly, there was a large treant, and we had just some little sludge like dirt monsters that come out, and we had circled them up, and we were kicking the honey out of that using our pack tactics, and we had ended with that's it, the carnivorous sod.
Yes, you are currently in the middle of a battle with the carnivorous sod. Actually,
that's right, and that is yet another name for my brother as well. By the way, when he's in animal form.
Yep, excellent.
And so we had just circled up. There was a carnivorous sod, and then somebody, and I forget who, was trying to talk the tree down, but it couldn't have been anybody important. So I think that's where we were. And correct me if I'm wrong.
I think
you got most of it. A couple things worth noting. Yeah, that you did end up throwing your axe at one of the pixies. Your axe missed, went into one of the walls of the maze. You went to retrieve the axe and discovered a large tree that was animated, had your axe in it, gave you a good fight, actually also grabbed your hammer from you, which is kind of interesting.
That's true.
Beat you with your own hammer, which could also be where you got some of the most damage from. But then you guys did vanquish the tree. One other thing of note, and maybe Seppi, you wanted to add this little thing of note?
Oh, yeah. So I felt the throbbing pulse of energy of this place. Yeah. And then I took my staff and I thrust it straight into the ground so that I could, really acclimate myself with the feeling, getting it closer and closer to Congress. And then eventually I figured out what was going on.
Yeah. So, one little note about that. So for those who maybe missed last episode or decided to skip it due to descriptions like that, and who can blame you, we discovered that there were Seppi rolled really well, or should I say Pyrrhic rolled really well on sensing different kinds of energies. And he sensed there were actually two kinds of energies.
There's one. There's the ley line energy that was there always. And then there's this dark energy. And the two of them are superimposed in such a way that one is keeping this dark energy present and stifling the normal ley line energy. Now, this is a secret druid place and a place of sacred power. This power, that ley line energy that flows in there, is there all the time. So us rescuing this is secretly doing the Emerald's, Hoozajiggy's bidding. They're really excited about this.
Yeah. Excellent. And yes, there are two kinds of energy, and you decided to tune your staff to sense the more ley line arcanic energy, and you're not really trying to hone in on the dark energy. Also, we should say that Thalric has been feeling sort of the dark and the opposite of natural energy as well. And so both Pyrrhic and Thalric have sort of a feeling of maybe which ways to go to discover either or both of those things. So when we left our party, you were in the middle of this clearing. And when you entered this clearing, that's when those carnivorous sod creatures, and those of you watching us on the video here can see the picture of this carnivorous sod, attacked. You did manage to take one of them out, but there's still another one in the middle of attacking you. There's also another one of these sort of animated trees in the corner up near the northern passage out of this sort of a clearing. And that tree also seems to be sort of trying to watch that passage, if you will. And that passage does seem to be the way that your staff, Pyrrhic, is sort of directing you to go. So that said, we're going to jump back into the combat in the middle of the action here, and it is Karluk's turn. Karluk, what would you like to do? You've got a carnivorous sod in front of you. You got this tree off in the distance. People are throwing D4s at each other. What would you like to do there, Karluk?
I was so enthralled by the tale there, and really especially Pyrrhic's throbbing staff that
who isn't
and
though?
just being in this maze itself. Karluk's just really not quite sure what to do because he's just feeling pure joy at the moment. But I'm gonna take my sword and I'm just gonna slice this sod in half. And if I remember correctly, these little sods are actually pretty tough.
Yeah, they take a little work. So why don't you go ahead and roll to hit there on the little sod there.
Nope, no inspiration. Ooh.
You have advantage though because you're flanking him.
You are flanking him because the other side is a giant spider, which is the druid Thrallbart.
Okay. That's pretty good.
So you got, what'd you get for a score? Your better dice.
Best rolls at 22.
22 is a well and true hit, sir. Roll for damage.
Ooh. 13 damage.
13 damage. So you do indeed, your sword cleaves deep, and topsoil and dirt and bits of wood that were its teeth fly everywhere, and the little carnivorous sod sort of creature appears to be vanquished and is
I'm
gone.
going to yell out, get out of my maze.
Wow, that wasn't even a rhyme, though.
No rhyme. I'm just too caught up.
Okay, fair enough. Well, sometimes when a Minotaur gets in a maze, you just can't. The excitement overwhelms.
Right.
Exactly. That's why they get lost.
Now, Karluk, you can in 5e you can attack and move, or move and attack. Since you've attacked, would you care to move at all? Now that you've defeated your opponent in front of you?
Yep. All right.
You don't have to. Feel free to stand there and enjoy the the big duff you just did there in the garden.
I'm gonna position myself here. Hopefully that works out.
All right, you walk up next to the tree, and the tree is its branches are starting to move menacingly as you get closer. All right, Ulrich, what would you like to do?
Watching Karluk banish it, I go, a muffled cat was never a good hunter. He's finally got his maze to bring his strength out. And we're going to bring up here. And I go get him, Spidey, and point out to that.
Okay. All right, so Ulrich just advances a little bit and is asking his brother to do all the work.
I'm going to, ready in action to attack the tree if it attacks me or anybody in my group.
All right, excellent. And Pyric, I think also you have a shield still up from last time, right? I think you activated your staff. Just saying.
Mage armor.
Yeah, mage armor, right? Exactly.
I've got like 8 more hours.
Nice. All right, Euphemia, what would you like to do?
Euphemia is going to sight down her little short bow and plink an arrow into the giant tree. But before she does that, she's going to look over to Pyric because she wants to be a good leader. She's working on leadership, and she suddenly thinks, am I supposed to shoot the tree? Not shoot the tree? As a matter of fact, you know what? I'm going to role play that out. I'm going to wait for what Pyric to give me the go-ahead. And if he gives me the go-ahead, I will shoot my arrow. So I'm going to ready my action.
So let me just get this straight. To be a good leader, you're going to wait for someone else to tell you what to do.
Yeah, because she's questioning herself now. So she doesn't want to just boldly go launching arrows.
Got it. Okay, excellent.
Well, you can wait for advice and have all the facts before you.
No, that's a very Picard thing to do, right? You wait for your bridge crew to tell you what to do, and then you decide.
Right.
Yeah, Kirk would go, no, we are.
Yeah, right.
We are shooting.
So we're learning Euphemia is more of a Picard than Kirk.
Who you fooling?
Yeah. All right.
Could be just this
Ray,
round.
you have to give a specific trigger for holding your action, or you're just going to skip your turn.
No, my specific trigger is Pyric to say, go ahead and shoot.
Okay. And you're going to shoot whoever Pyric directs you to shoot.
Yes.
Even if it's okay.
Even if it's Thrall.
Right. That's the trigger. That's all we got to say. All right, moving on. It is actually the large tree's turn. And the tree, it doesn't like the fact that apparently that the Minotaur has gotten so close. And so it swings out a massive branch right at Karluk. So let's see how it does here. It rolls its to hit roll here, which is a lovely D20. Oh, it rolls a natural 20. Let me go to let me go to the deck here. Now, the good thing about natural 20s decks for players is that there's all kinds of cool stuff in there. There's like quadruple damage, all kinds of great stuff. The cool thing for the DM is I got a different deck for the DM. So we're gonna see what comes out here. I'm just gonna pull a random card out of here. We're gonna see what happens. Oh, look, it's in the dangerous category, so that you'll be fine, I'm sure. We're gonna go down here to the bludgeoned, and there's a little entry for each kind of damage type, and it says bonked on the noggin. So you get bonked on the noggin. You're gonna have to make a DC 14 Constitution saving throw there, Karluk.
I really wish I had inspiration left right now.
Oh yeah. Well, it's because you didn't rhyme. If you'd rhymed, you might have inspiration right now, but you don't, and you rolled a 5. So you failed the saving throw. On a failed saving throw, permanently lose a point of intelligence.
Oh,
Permanently.
My head. Oh, his head.
Bonked on the noggin. What is your intelligence now, Minotaur?
It's now a 9. So
All right,
I go
excellent.
from no penalty to a
You
minus.
should have called this role-playing 9 intelligence. All right.
Well
He's
done.
working his way down to 8.
I don't write the cards. I just pull them out of the little deck. Okay. So
You just decide to use it.
regular damage. You got to roll that too. So it's some dice of damage here. Let's roll some 3d6 here. See what we get. So you're gonna throw the tree throws. Looks like 11 points of damage plus 4 is gonna be 15 points of damage in addition to your permanent loss of intelligence. You got this little dent in your forward skull there that looks pretty painful.
My hair no longer looks right. Part.
I think you
We're
broke a
gonna put
horn.
this-
Yeah, one of your horns is crooked, I think.
This is like shriek. It's like I can't bend it.
Now that's why I took the blow to the head. I maneuver my horns out.
Yeah, that's rough. Sorry to hear that, man. On the plus side, you're not dead, so that's good. All right, excellent. Well, there you have it. That's going to be a great story. You can tell the Grand Minotaurs, the time you got hit on the head by a tree and just got a little bit dumber. All right, Pyric, you're up next.
Oh, Euphemia. Shoot that thing. Diplomacy has failed.
Diplomacy has failed. Oh, Euphemia rolls a 2.
It was circling the drain on the 18.
She was so stunned by what just happened to the Minotaur, who is now reciting his ABCs in a strange order that's not really decipherable. So Euphemia is just so stunned that she misses her shot completely.
She misses so wildly that during her bonus action, she's going to, you see her steady her breathing and steady her aim.
Oh, nice. All right. It is now the spider's turn there. Thrall, what do you want to do?
Well, this could have gone better.
I guess telling Euphemia what to do is all my actions and movement. That's
no, sorry about that. No, you can still do things.
I'm a coward.
Sorry, my fault. My fault there,
fine.
Seppi. Go ahead.
It's fine.
No, you got to take your turn.
Okay.
He doesn't know what to do. There's no horses to wrangle.
Well, I'm a little concerned that it did so much damage to our cowpoke. So that's not good. I'm gonna oh boy. Does it the kind of like Evil Dead wrap you up in vines damage, or is it the kind of big limb swat down on you kind of?
That's a good question.
It was a clubbing motion from a large branch.
Okay.
Which, by the way, Dan, I don't know if going from 10 to 9 gives you a minus to your intelligence check.
I think it does.
But if it does, you'll need to make that adjustment to your character sheet.
Wow, that's so brutal. I don't even know what to do.
That was rough.
I am going to hope that the tree, for its large size and the fact that it's made out of wood, is not going to like. Oop, that was bad. Why did that happen?
You went far away. Are you running away?
No, I'm not yet.
Okay. All right.
I'm going to move up, and I'm going to take my staff. I raise it high over my head, pulling in all the endothermic energy, and then I thrust out burning hands from in front of me.
Okay. Nice. So, your burning hands are going to go up there. Roll your, is burning hands roll to hit or just damage, right?
I think it's just damage.
It's a dex save, I believe.
All right. Is it a dex save?
Now, does it matter that he's in 3 of the squares?
No.
Oh, that's sad.
Yeah. But he does go for his dex save here. Let's see how he does. Well, trees aren't noted for their dexterity. He rolls a 4 and he's got a -2 on that. So yeah, the tree's not getting out of the way of that at all.
Okay.
So he's going to take.
Is he flammable? Will he catch on fire?
Yeah. So trees are vulnerable to fire damage.
Oh, what does that mean?
I believe means 1.5, right, John?
No, it's double damage.
Oh, double damage. Right. So he's going to take double damage from this.
Oh.
So go ahead and roll your damage and then double it.
Wow. That's going to be 6 points of damage.
Dinko.
Oh, that's really good.
Yeah.
So he just took 30 points of damage.
Yeah. So your rolling's doing fine today, Seppi.
Oh, yeah. I'm hot tonight with that burning hands.
I don't think burning hands says it catches your target on fire, does it?
Oh, no, I don't think it does. Let me add it to the thing.
The tree definitely burns and it writhes in pain and looks very, very frustrated. And, if there was a way to tell how a tree is bloodied, that would be it. For listeners who don't know, bloodied in D&D 5e just means it's below half hit points. So, yeah, you did a lot of great damage there. That was the first hit on this tree, and it looks like it is in definite pain.
Well, we count on Cowlick to bring those sick rhymes. And if, you bonk him on the noodle, that's just not happening.
No. So now it is.
Russ, it ignites any flammable objects in that area that aren't being worn or carried. So that's up to your interpretation, but he's already taken the double damage. So
yeah, he's taking double damage, but I'm going to roll to see if he. Let's just see if he stays on fire.
Pyric might have just lit the entire maze on fire, so there's that.
Yeah. This could be fun. It's good to check these sorts of things.
You shouldn't let me.
Trees are nothing if not flammable. I mean, that seems to be sort of a.
You should not let me use fire.
Roll.
Every time.
House, Pyric, get him.
Every time I use fire, bad things happen.
Yeah. So what we'll do here is. I'm going to make this. They're going to give the tree a little Constitution save here, and if it fails its save, it's on fire, and it will remain on fire and take D6 damage doubled until it either makes its Constitution save or dies. So we'll do that. So here we go. He's going to make his Constitution save. We're going to try to. He rolls rather well. So I'm going to say your DC is probably not that high for your spells. So he manages not to catch on fire. He bats certain branches around and manages to kind of put it out. This tree apparently has been hit with fire once or twice before in its lifetime and knows how to deal with it.
Okay.
All right. Thrall, you're up.
All right. I'm going to attempt to web the tree.
All right. Webbing the tree. Here we go.
An attempt to web the tree, although my thing here is not.
How much damage did Doc take when he got swatted?
17.
Oh, that's a lot.
Are you bloodied, Doc?
That is not going to hit, though.
Doc is bloodied. And you roll a 3. Yeah, so the web goes wide and one of the walls.
And I'm going to, as a bonus action, or part of a movement action, I'm going to use my several of my free appendages to gesture down the hallway that we're supposed to be going. So I'll ping it right here. I'm gesturing in this direction.
That means don't go that way.
I am not shaking.
If we've learned anything from druids and how they point. That's right.
Don't go.
All right. So that is the end of a round. So the round ends, and I saw that Pyric fell back, which was smart. The spider tried to web the tree, missed badly. Probably everybody's a little distracted by Karluk, who's trying to uncross his eyes. And speaking of Karluk, start of a new round. Karluk, it's your turn. What do you want to do?
Let's see here. Karluk's going to look at his party and say, did I tell you guys I really love mazes? However, this guy hit me in the head, and I don't think I'm going to be able to think of any more sick phrases. I'm gonna bonus action healing word myself at level 1. So that's just 1d4.
All right, nice.
See how I do here.
Oh, he rolled a 1.
That's so hot. I think
That's sad. Little sad.
Yep. And then I'm going to. I gotta get this tree back. So I'm gonna swing at that branch that just hit my noggin.
All right. Hit your best shot there.
Yep.
A 17 natural. That's going to hit the tree,
That should
regardless
hit.
of your bonuses.
Oh.
Gee, Willikers.
How much damage you do, Doc?
Just a 1.
Well, he's got bonus damage, though. What's your damage
6.
total? 6?
Damage.
All right. So he rolls a 1 on damage, but with his strength bonuses, does a little more. The tree, however, definitely not feeling great. It's all very burnt and singed. Many leaves are blackened, but it's still hanging in there. And it looks like, if you had to guess who was going to fall over dead first, it's kind of looking like the Minotaur, honestly, at this point. All right, moving on. Ulrich, you're up.
So we're going to move forward here to get the flank on it. And I say, stop pointing it at your little fingers, spider creature. And I look at the tree. I pull up my axe, say, they that dance must pay the fiddler.
All right.
Good one.
All right, dancing dwarf, roll your hit roll there on the awakened
And I'm
tree.
going to have
Okay, you roll a
advantage
natural.
on that. So 24 is going to be the higher roll.
Fortunately, you had advantage due to flanking and turned a 2 into a 19. So nice. So you hit the tree. How much damage do you do?
And we're going to do 7 slashing damage.
All right. It is not resistant to that. So it's going to take 7 points of damage also. All right.
And then
So nice. Two huge chunks of bark get cut out of the tree. It's still hanging in there, but it's definitely not doing great.
and I'm going to step up here to make room for somebody else who wants to flank it if they want to flank it.
Okay. Euphemia, you are up.
All right. Euphemia calmly lets out the breath she was holding, and feeling confident from Pyrrhic's acknowledgement to go ahead and shoot, she shoots her short bow with advantage. $15 is the best.
15 is the best. That is a hit.
All right. Hey, that worked. Nope, that didn't work. Okay, so the sneak attack damage worked. So that was 9 points.
Now, why is it sneak attack in this case?
Because I have allies that are within 5 feet.
Ah, yes, that's correct. Okay, good. So how much damage do you do?
I have to roll one more d6, but then add it to 9. Give
All
me
right.
1 second. Accessing dice. 7 plus 9. What is that? 16 points of damage.
Excellent. Now, unfortunately, when you see your arrow strike the tree, you get the feeling that piercing arrows aren't the most effective kind of weapon against
Yes.
a tree. And so it does not as much as you think it should.
I did wonder that.
So the
wonder.
tree is still there. The arrow sticks into it.
Lost another arrow.
Yeah. All right. It is now the tree's turn. And the tree is trying to make a decision here about who it's a little more frustrated with, the bull or the dwarf. You're both using edged weapons, right?
Slashing weapons.
Good.
Yeah.
The good news is if it crits Ulrich, he can't lose any more intelligence.
All right. We're going to roll a D6 evens. It's the dwarf. Odds. It's the, or D4. Odds. It's the, odds. It's the Minotaur. Here we go. He's rolling to hit you there, Karluk. That is not going to be that great. He gets a 12. What's your AC?
That's a miss. Yeah, 15.
All right. The big branch swings wide, and the tree is done. Pyrrhic, what do you got?
Oh, I'm thinking that this isn't the last thing. I'm really wishing we decided not to, destroy the possibly temporarily corrupted denizens of the sacred druid place.
Ooh, take a point of inspiration.
Oh, I can I be more inspired? I usually use that.
Can
stuff
I be
pretty-
more inspired? I don't
Yeah,
think.
Oh yeah, I'll take that inspiration. Absolutely. I am concerned about this on multiple levels. Also, I have a general respect for things that are older than myself, which is nobody in this party. And so I regretfully feel like I must freeze.
This is all coming from the guy who just burnt the tree.
Well, I might be insane. All right, now, so I am very concerned. I'm going to try to freeze the branches that are going towards the cowlick, because I'm very concerned that we will not have musical accompaniment for the rest of this adventure if we do not save him. And and so I hope the tree doesn't mind that it is now going to feel the power of the Nord.
Okay. All right. Is this Ray of Frost or Snowballs?
Ray of Frost.
Okay.
Did that work?
All right. And he rolls to hit and gets, what's your bonus on that one? Rolls
14,
a 9.
I think.
14 will be a hit.
Oh, that's good.
So your Ray of Frost does strike the tree.
That's good.
How much damage do you do? Cold damage, right? So cold damage.
It is cold. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. You're hot today, Seppi.
That's
a natural 8. That's like max damage for.
That is more damage than I rolled in the 2 adventures in that one die. That's like more damage than the last 2 episodes.
So you were kind of hoping that the tree would like forgive you from hitting in the Ray of Frost, and you're having sort of second thoughts. But it turns out after hitting it with heat and then hitting it with cold immediately after, the tree, you get into some of the seams that were cut out by the 2 edged weapons, and the cold goes right into the heart of the tree, up the middle of the trunk. And then it just shatters into a bunch of toothpicks and disappears.
Yeah. Pirate.
I feel bad about that. And
there's little branches now on the ground that are kind of twitching.
That's sad. The empathy that our druid should have, I am taking on to my own self. It's just like, why does Thralric not? Why do you cry? Because Thralric won't. That is why Pyrrhic cries.
Okay. All right. Nicely done, Pyrrhic. Just to keep things under control. I like to keep things in turn order, but we are sort of in not combat right now. But this whole place is pretty dangerous. So, Pyrrhic, did you want to move at all after you blasted the tree? Out of empathy?
Yeah, I'm going to move towards the place where the tree was. And if I can scan to see if it was anything that was important to the tree or important to the grove, like that tree was very large and was probably here for a very long time.
Yep. Well, since you already did your action, you'd have to save that for next turn.
I will save it.
All right.
I'm just going to feel bad then.
Yeah. Okay. And Thrall, you're up.
Suddenly realizing what Grace Girl went through, I double facepalm with 2 of my legs and shake my head and just look at my entire party as if they are not very smart. And then I gesture again down the path since all the damage is already done. And I crawl up on the wall over here. So I'm like up on the wall and gesturing, pointing with every leg that doesn't take me to hold up with the thing.
All right.
Move along.
So the spider's just pointing at that thing with like 5 legs or so. All right. Karlak, you see the spider pointing, the tree just shattered in front of you, I'll
roll to see if my web recharges because
good check.
Does not.
That's going to be a no. He rolls a 1. All right, Karlak, what are you going to do?
Karlak looks at Thrall and says, I understand what you need us to do. We need to exit stage left, post hence, before I lose any more intelligence.
Good one.
Get out.
Now, Doc, did you lose that intelligence or only if you fail a saving throw?
Minotaurs can never really lose intelligence rate.
Touche.
I yell back, it's safe. Come this way.
All right. So Karlak goes racing down the corridor. And Karlak, you see, no one else can really see it because actually Karlak's moved so fast that I think actually Ulrich might still see him. Nope, even Ulrich has lost sight of him. Karlak has raced down another winding corridor. Karlak, and so far from where you are, you just still see the corridor kind of winding ahead of you left and right. So you go racing ahead. All right, Ulrich, the Minotaur just rushed by you. And what do you want to do?
If a Minotaur kills, the sun sees it. And if Minotaur cures, the sun sees it. And if he kills, the earth hides it. I look at the tree and just keep going 3, 4, 5, and go down this passage.
All right. So you now see Karlak ahead of you, Ulrich, just a few paces. And you've also now gone. So both Karlak and Ulrich have gone down the passage that the spider indicated with his fingers. So basically, Ulrich, you're agreeing with your brother.
Oof.
So you take a point of
I
psychic
didn't-
damage.
Oh, I'll take damage. I'm bloodied.
Yeah.
But I'm
He was
going to also
listening to Callan.
get back there. He's like a giddy child following this one.
All right. Euphemia, you're up. What are you going to do?
All right, Euphemia, since Pyric always keeps an eye on her, he notices that Euphemia gives the spider a wide berth, eyeing it side-eyed, not quite, very tentative, and seems a little skittish, and walks up behind Pyric and holds his hand.
Oh, Rafe, that's good. Take a point of inspiration for role-playing that, Rafe. That's really good.
I think I have one. Does any of my colleagues need one?
For listeners at home that may not remember, Euphemia just had a near-death experience with a spider. And so you could imagine that large spiders would be a little scary for her.
All right. If nobody else needs it, I could use these as the inspiration.
Does Ulrich, do you need it?
He's not giving it to the spider.
I'm trying to give it to anybody else. I'm inspired by your fear.
All right, fair enough. Since you looped it in, it's yours.
All right, awesome.
All right. So anything else, Euphemia? That's a good move. I like it. All right.
Nope.
All right. Pyric, you're up.
I had been waiting to tell this to Euphemia for a while. And as I take her hand, I say, Euphemia, we need to talk about the coward's bravery. I've been alive a very long time, and I wasn't always a coward. It's when you lose somebody that you care about because you act rashly. And now, Euphemia, I trust that any of these dwarves would put themselves in harm's way to save you. But at the end of the day, that's how you lose a friend.
She nods in solemnity.
So I take her with me to follow up. And we wait to follow the spider because we do not want to be in the front of the party.
All right. Excellent. Okay. Nice job, Pyric.
I'm gesturing after you with my 3 arms.
So it's Thrall's turn, and he's gesturing what he just said. Anything else you're going to do, Thrall, or is he just going to wait?
I'm waiting on them. I mean, I guess I can't. I don't think I can squeeze on the ceiling and let them go through. So I can squeeze in ahead of them.
It'd be tight. I mean, they'd be touching your little hairy body.
Bros.
And it doesn't. I don't think Euphemia wants to do that.
No, it doesn't seem like she wants to do anything.
Euphemia doesn't want you
Sometimes
behind her
Pyric
either.
likes to, touching hairy dwarf bodies, from what he said.
Not spider bodies.
Right. I'm not a dwarf. I forgot.
That's gross. Why don't you go down that tunnel?
All right, I'll go by my. It seems like they want me to go, so I'm going to squeeze. So 1, 2, 3, and then I guess I'll be right there.
Yeah. So for players following along at home, larger creatures can squeeze through smaller spaces, but they pay half movement to do so. And right now the dwarf is a large giant spider.
Euphemia, move up with me.
All right. Excellent. So you guys held your action to follow the spider. So Euphemia. So now you're all in this very narrow, 5 foot wide, sort of windy, lush, vegetative forest here. And we're back to the beginning. Karluk, it's your turn. What do you want to
do? All right. Karluk's going to move back this direction. 1, 2, 6. He's going to say to Euphemia, Euphemia, do you make ravioli? And he's going to go back this direction and yell out, why are you guys moving so slowly?
So Karluk has now run the other way. He's run past the party in the tunnel and is now back into the clearing and seems very confused. Talking about spaghetti. All right. Excellent. All right. Nice job, Doc. And now we're moving on to Ulrich.
So Ulrich is just grumbling to himself. Freaking minotaurs. Just make up your mind. And we're going to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Everybody follow me this way. Including you, Spider. Don't delay. Ha ha! Just like a minotaur.
All right.
The point of intelligence is coming my way, baby.
So Ulrich, as you get to where the maximum part of your movement there, you start to peer around the corner and you can see there is a large opening coming up there ahead of you. And in that opening it's a clearing, and you can just make out around the corner like the outline of maybe what you think might be a hut or something as you peer around the corner there. Euphemia, what do you want to do?
I will hold my ready my action until Pyric moves, and then I will follow behind.
Okay. And Pyric, what are you going to do?
I'm going to check the throbbing energies of my staff. Is this the direction we should be going?
Yeah, you're definitely
That's
feeling
personal.
like you're getting closer to those Arcana energies. And you feel like the way that Ulrich is going definitely gets you closer to that.
So you're saying my throbbing staff is going towards this large opening?
That's Ulrich. It's going towards Ulrich.
Sure. Yes. Yes.
Okay, then we're going to wait for the spider to move, and then we're going to move in behind him.
Okay. All right. Giant spider throw.
Continuing my squeezing efforts. 1, 2, 3, and then I will dash, which will pop me out here. So I'm now on the ceiling of this bigger space above my brother.
Gross.
Drooling on him because that's the way I roll.
Euphemia, you can move 5 squares, right?
Yes.
All right, then I pace it for 5 squares.
All right. Excellent. So
Drooling on me.
everybody is sort of bunched up now.
On your helmet, you don't know.
Yeah, and so Thrall, you're right behind Ulrich. You can't really see much around. A little bit in there as well. And you can start making out these little huts. And the Pyric and Euphemia, who held their action, are right behind the spider. Meanwhile, Karlik, it's your turn again, and you are way back out there in the clearing, back where the trees, little icy bits, are slowly melting. What do you want to do?
All right. Kalik decides to run back, dash back the other direction. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Pyric, what did your staff say? Are we going the right way? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There we go.
Nice.
So Karlik is back in amongst the party members, but now he's in the middle of the group as opposed to being in the lead. Speaking of the lead, it's Ulrich's turn. Ulrich, what do you want to do? You're just peering around the corner here. You see there's an opening coming up, and you can just make out the shadowy outline of what looks like a hut ahead of you.
Looks like some sort of dwelling in this thing. I'm going to move 5 foot forward. Can I see anything different? I'm going to move 5 feet of space until I see something that would cause me to play.
You can make out a couple of things there. So, Joe, if you scroll up a little bit, you'll see it on the screen there. So now what you're actually seeing is ahead of you is a couple things. There's this large clearing that's filled with several clay huts, and they're arranged in a circle around a large obelisk. And the huts look to be in various states of disrepair. Most are overgrown with flowering vines and other creeping vegetation. And meanwhile, in the center of this clearing, there's this massive rounded stone obelisk sitting on a grassy patch. It's weathered. There's druidic runes covering the obelisk's smooth gray surface. And a strange, you can feel this too, Dwarf, even though this is not your home field advantage here. You can feel this strange pressure sort of radiating from the obelisk. And you can even make out that the air around it is shimmering with little sparkling dots of light. Ooh, like little fireflies or something going on there. But every once in a while in the normally sort of light colored fireflies, there's like a purplish one in there too. All right. Ulrich, so that's what you can see. You still got movement left. You still got actions left. What do you want to do?
So I'm going to keep moving forward. These houses is some goggly gook druidic writing on the stone. Spider, make yourself useful and read that to us, would you? And I'm going to step forward to here, and I'm going to stop there and wait for everybody else, and I'm going to ready an action to dodge if I get attacked.
All right. Excellent. Euphemia.
Yep.
Your turn.
What Euphemia does is somehow Karlik being back, like the original trio, it just emboldens her slightly, and she pats Pyric's hand and she scoots ahead, moving 1, 2, and when she gets to underneath the spider's belly, she does that kind of thing like when you feel like you're in a dark room and there's like a skeleton there and you kind of go, ah! and she just hurries underneath the belly, 4-5, and goes up behind Ulrich.
All right, nice. So Euphemia, you see the same scene that I just described.
Yep.
To Ulrich. All right. Pyric, you're still back in the corridor there. You can't see much besides a hairy spider and a minotaur in front of you.
Well, I'm glad that Euphemia was able to recover. That's my number one concern. I'm a little concerned about how cross-eyed Cowlick has gotten. 1, 2, 3. I think that blow to the head was not good for him. 4.
Do you want us to take that, Russ?
No, I don't. Decline that. I was just reading it, Joe.
Okay. I've had that for a long time. Really enjoying
No,
it.
it's coming up though.
I'm going to hold on to that. I'm going to hold my action. If anything attacks Dwarf Minor, I will freeze it with the power of the North.
All right. So you see the same scene that I described, the opening, the huts, as well as this obelisk in the middle. Your eyes are drawn to that obelisk. You feel like your staff is particularly drawn to the obelisk. And you immediately get the sense that is the source of the Arcana energy. And there's all kinds of magical energy in that. And you feel like it's really powerful and could be something very interesting. It's fascinating from this distance. Even you're like, ooh, that's pretty interesting. Not from a druidic point of view, but from like a Arcana magic point of view. Anything else, Pyric, there before we move
on? Okay. From here, can I see if this is what it's intertwined with from the dark energy? I'm assuming that this is either the source or one of the sources of Arcana energy that is keeping the Fey Rift open. Can I see with my heightened senses of the Arcana where the threads of power are warping and waning, warping and waxing to find where the Fey portal might be?
You feel like you might be able to do that if you were a little bit closer.
Okay, then I will wait until there is some quality dwarf meat between me and whatever danger might be.
All right. Well, speaking of quality dwarf meat, you have quality of spider meat going next because it's Thrall's turn.
Well, I'm going to see if this thing recharges at the beginning of my turn.
Nope.
Does not. All right. 2, 3, 4, 5. And then I will dash.
You've come around the corner now. You're seeing the same stuff everybody else saw.
Yeah,
the huts.
I'm dashing to get out. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
All right.
And so is the obelisk druidic?
There are definitely druidic runes all over the obelisk.
Okay. But then there's some other sort of energy around it.
Well, there's a very there's different kinds of energy coming out of it. Yeah.
Can I do an investigate or something?
Yeah, you can do I'll let you do either Arcana or Nature check would be.
Well, they're all the same for me. Investigate, Arcana, or Nature.
There you go. Well, let's go with Nature.
I'm gonna use Rafe's inspiration he gave me and hope that works out.
Okay.
So we'll do Nature. So far, it has
good idea.
10 on the first roll and
12 is the. Oh no, they're both 10 even though that's cocked die.
Yeah, cocked die, but it counted as a 10. So you got a 10 plus whatever your intelligence bonus is.
I don't have any pluses. I'm one intelligence better.
Too, like his brother.
I'm one intelligence. Actually, I'm 2 intelligence better now than poor Karlik.
You feel like you're not getting a good read on this from this distance right here.
Okay.
All right. It could be anything. All right. Okay. So excellent. And now it is Karlik's turn.
Hey Joe, is Ulrich bloody? Is that what you got?
Yes,
the red dot there?
I put that in because he's bloody.
Cool. All right. Calic's coming to save the day.
Calic, you're bloody too, right?
I am, yeah.
I'll bloody you for everybody there. There you go. You got a blood on you.
Oh, thanks. I'm stuck. There we go.
I'm gonna get you out. You
Yep,
okay?
I'm out. All right. So I walk out. I get in front of you, Ulrich, and I say, "Do you see that floating prism? Well, I think it's time for some heroism." And I cast heroism at second level on me and Ulrich, and I'm going to bonus action healing word on.
Can't cast 2 spells in the same turn.
Oh, I can't. All right. Well, I'll bonus action.
Unless one's a cantrip.
All right. Bonus action inspire on Ulrich.
What does that do?
My combat inspiration, bardic inspiration.
Okay, cool. So I got
You have bardic
Heroism
inspiration
is,
and you have heroism. The heroism gives you the temporary hit points and makes you immune to fear.
how many temporary hit points does it do?
3.
3, thank you.
It
And you
refills.
get 3 back every round, Joe.
Yes,
If you
yeah.
lose them, you still get 3.
We'll give you a little bardic inspiration.
Oh, that's a good one.
You want me to put it on? I can put it on, Russ.
That's one
Put
you
it on,
had
put it on there for you,
Amy,
Joe.
earlier.
You're good.
All right.
Anything else, Karluk?
Nope, that's it.
All right, excellent. Ulrich, you're feeling pretty peppy. What do you want to do?
Aye. There never came, as my old Dane used to say back at the monastery, there never came ill of good advice. Pyrrhic, should we destroy this stone in front of us?
No, that's really dangerous.
And I pull up my hammer. I'm going to move to there. And is there anything that I can attack there?
So where you're standing now,
Yeah.
you're sort of in the middle of this circle of huts.
Yeah.
And in the center of this circle is this large obelisk covered in druidic runes. As you get closer, you're really feeling the pressure of energy. And actually, you almost feel like you feel almost like a well of calm and sort of centering of your chi and goodness. But then every once in a while, there's this wave of like mixed into it. And it's almost like the bad is overweighing the good. There's nothing really you can see. Well, make a, do you want to spend an action looking around and either investigating or doing perception?
Yeah, let's do a
Why
perception.
don't you go for perception check? Yeah.
I feel there's something good about this, but yet something not natural as well. And just a regular perception chest. There, I don't know what I got there. That is a 12 total.
12. Yeah, you're not really gleaning anything extra out of the situation. It looks like, the most of the rest of the maze, there's all kinds of plants everywhere. The huts are overgrown, but nothing in particular other than that obelisk is really hard not to focus on.
I believe that obelisk is something tainted about it. Something druidic, I believe you call it.
All right. Euphemia, what would you like to do?
Yep. Euphemia moves up behind Ulrich. Again, feeling a little emboldened. Now she gets behind or next to this little clay hut. And again, she almost presses her whole body against the hut, like inching along to stay as far away from the spider. She knows it's Thrallrick in her mind, but her brain is taking over, her instincts to hide. But something that must have happened while staying in the druid's cabin, she's very interested in the obelisk and what's going on. And so she's going to perform a nature check.
Okay, go for it. Oh,
Yay.
the halfling rolls a natural 16.
The
Oh, you
20
got a plus
bonuses.
6 to nature? That's awesome.
What's your bonuses?
It's a bonus 6. And now that Thrallrick has noticed that's a trigger. That's a preconceived trigger Russ and I worked out. So here's what happens. All of a sudden, for those listeners at home, those like dream sequences when the character thinks back. Here's what you see happen inside of Euphemia's mind. Just give me a minute to flick to that page.
If you show me a picture of spaghetti, I'm going to be nervous.
Euphemia's brought back to the time when the spider, those 2 large mandibles, just punctured her tiny little belly. And so she's lying in the druid's cabin, and Euphemia checks her wounds tenderly, lifting up the bandages. You all see this in her flashback. And poultice that Ulrich has just applied. She looks about the druid's cabin. No one notices her injury, which is good. The giant fang mark scars, like 2 large medallions, still lay hot and red upon her skin. She fingers them gingerly and remembers the sudden and vicious attack by the giant spider. This group is counting on her. She cannot let them down. She must pay more attention to her surroundings and not let any creature or anyone get the drop on her again. I must also pay more attention to the wilderness, for her group is counting on her to keep them fed. I mean, I cannot cook like Auntie, and I've never cared to in the past. But with this new group, she feels the calling. She used to think only about the next adventure with her sister, but now it's different. This group is counting on her, and she will make Auntie proud of her cooking skills. Euphemia rebinds the wounds and stands up with a small grimace. She heads outside to practice with her bow and search for more herbs. End flashback. So, Russ, I don't know if I'll let you explain out of character, if you just.
Or
want
you
to
can
leave it at
explain
that.
what happened. The mechanics.
Okay, so I decided the way that Euphemia was going, I asked Russ permission to change my third roguish archetype. So I changed it from investigative to scout. And so now she has some different abilities. And so, John, what that did was get her proficient in both nature and survival. And
Nice.
so she has double proficiency bonuses in that too. So it's a nice little hefty bonus. And then her other two little abilities are...
I have one question, not to blow up your flashback, because I think it's awesome. But is this supposed to be based on the last spider attack or a previous one?
The one with the druid in the druid's cabin.
The druid's cabin happened before the spider attack.
That back to the crappy little village where you got
The
attacked.
one that killed her. The one that almost killed her. Yeah.
Yeah, but that attack happened after the druid's cabin.
That is true.
The whole area, that area.
Yeah. He's just
You
thinking
gotta
what he
mess
was
with a
covering.
man's dreams.
Yeah, he had one little
I just wanted to make sure
anachronism in there. That's
I want
true.
to remember the timeline. I'm sorry.
The timeline is fuzzy. It's fuzzy.
Well, Euphemia, it's all
Euphemia's timeline in their head. So
it's all a half dead haze on it.
Hey, Ray, how's your cool moment? Next.
But long story short, if a player levels up a character or something and realizes after a little while that maybe they
I
made a
like the
mistake,
change. I think it's good.
Most DMs agree that it's okay to let the player respec as long as they can figure out time doesn't go on too far, and also they can think of some cool role playing reason might happen. So a near death experience can have that effect on folks.
Right.
Well,
So Rafe, nice job with that.
Yeah. The other thing too is we were kind of forced to do it live, pick our things. So
Yeah, we didn't get a chance to think about it.
John, I'll refer you to it's too long to go into for this episode. We'll be here another half hour, but I'll refer you to the free Brian Williams podcast where, in a nutshell, your memories can get sort of jumbled. So
I didn't mention spaghetti.
So the good news is
my son tells me my memory's jumbled all the time. So I know that's true.
Yep. The spider bite, the proximity to the druids, this whole thing is awakening this inner natural affinity that halflings and indeed Euphemia all sort of have. And so she's really focusing on that. And with the natural 16 now with her new improved bonuses, she's in the 22 range, right, Rafe?
yes.
So this is quite an insightful thing. And you sort of, as you get closer to that circle, that nude closest to nature is just like, there's this thrum of energy, like this pulsing pressure that Ulrich's been feeling. It just hits you and Euphemia kind of goes rigid for a second and she becomes almost like one with the natural energy of the obelisk. And you immediately realize a couple things, Euphemia. You realize that there's really two energies at play in this area. There's this raw, natural, magical energy coming out of this obelisk. And you can sense that this natural but magical energy is generally good and is the reason this whole, what the Druids call this wreath is here and why pilgrims used to come here and all those sorts of things you heard about before. However, you're also sensing that there's this corrupted, necrotic, dark energy, and you can feel it's coming from up into the north. If you think of the top of the screen as north, so staring at the obelisk is north, the northwest. So the upper left corner, as you guys stand here, you can see there's actually passages out of it's actually 5 different ways, actually 6 if you count the way you came in, out of this large clearing with the huts. And the upper left passage, the northwest passage, feels like where the darkest energy is coming. And it's almost like being gathered, amplified, and then shot out in waves from the obelisk. And it's corrupting the magical energy of the obelisk. You also feel like a skilled arcanist could leverage the power of the obelisk for their own benefit should they go near it and try to really understand how it works. So you get the sense that like there's really a lot going on there. But with the 22, you really kind of grokked it all in this moment of like, you have these visions of like magic users in the past, like touching the obelisk and feeling their energy restored and their spell casting abilities amplified.
All right.
So anyway, you got all that in like an instant, Euphemia, in addition to your flashback, which was
all right. And with that, it was a standard action move. My nature check, move action standard. I'm going to use my bonus action to dash back to Pyric. I'm not going to narrate that whole thing. Pyric, I don't know how I know all of this, but that obelisk, it would seem it's druidic, but it's not. It actually needs you, and it's being suffocated by like noxious bad energy. And she kind of like holds her stomach and sort of like gets a little faint and kind of retches a little bit. Go take care of it, Pyric.
Oh, okay, Euphemia. All right then. Is it my turn?
It is your turn.
I will move up here, and with my staff that is attuned to these energies, I'm wondering if it is safe to disentangle or use the obelisk and all these energies that you've already described, or if it is a better idea for us to wait and free it from its whatever is causing it to be corrupted first.
It's up. You want to try to make a Arcana check to see if you can figure that out?
Yes, I would love to.
I'm going to ask you to roll dice, Seppi. That's what
don't know.
You've been hot tonight, though. Your damage dice.
No, I don't want to roll. No, I don't want to roll
you
dice.
Got this. You can spend your inspiration now.
If I have to disentangle this thing, I'll use my inspiration. But I'm just going to roll this. Oh, that's pretty good.
So close.
Okay. I got a 15.
15 is actually pretty solid. So you get the same sort of Euphemia, the information that Euphemia just got. So you definitely feel like the stone is arcanic. You feel like what Euphemia told you was a little bit off. Maybe she got a bit of a misread because it does feel like the stone is natural and arcanic is built into it. But then also there's this dark energy again coming from the northwest, right? You can definitely feel the dark energy coming from the northwest. You remember when you had a choice to attune your staff? Those are the two energies. You attuned your staff to the arcana energy coming out of the obelisk. Now, but there's also this dark fey energy, dark necrotic energy coming from the northwest. And you can feel the dark energy sort of coming out and radiating. And then the obelisk is sort of picking it up either on accident or on purpose and enhancing it and spreading it out. You also get a very strong feeling that if you were to touch the obelisk and, work with it, you might be able to restore, enhance your own magical energies.
Well, I would like to do that, but do I think I could do it quickly enough to not get in the pulse of corruption?
With a 15, you're not sure. You're not really sure.
Oh, okay. Well, that's the end of my turn. I did a lot of things. I'll wait. I'll think about that while somebody else goes.
All right, Spider Boy, what are you going to do?
First, see if this thing recharges. Doesn't seem to want to.
Hey! Your roll's a 5. So yeah, breath weapons or sometimes web-based weapons or things recharge on a D6 roll. Typically it's 5 or 6, depends on the monster. But so his webs are back.
Russ, can I feel the negativities coming from here where I'm pinging?
Yeah, so you're feeling the waves of pressure from the obelisk. The spider's moved past the obelisk now, and he's kind of.
I'm going to stop here, and I'm going to look at the obelisk and see if there's any druidic language on it.
It's definitely got druidic runes on it, and they all seem to indicate like ley lines, point of power. Okay. And you can see the way they're woven together that it's designed to enhance and empower nature in this region. And it's designed to amplify the natural energies of this region.
I just want to make sure I'm not metagaming because Euphemia didn't mention that the dark thing was up here. So, but I feel that it's up there.
You do feel, no, you've been feeling the dark energy the whole time. And And you're
so I'll
still
move
feeling
my-
the dark energies, the unnatural energy, the anti-nature energy, if you will, the
Okay.
dark fey energies coming from the northwest.
All right,
You've
so I'll
got
use
that
my
on-
last, and I will. I'll just ready an action to web any enemy that I'm not related to that might show itself.
You also get the feeling, being so close to the obelisk as you walk by it in spider form, that it does radiate the same sort of energy that empowers your spells.
Mine too. I thought you said it was Arcana.
It seems to be woven together with nature in some
okay.
unusual way.
Good to know.
All right. Okay. Moving on to okay. So things start to happen now. And one of the things that happens is there is turns out, I don't know if you guys caught this, but I mentioned earlier that there were these sort of vines all over these huts, right? Did I mention that? I think I might have mentioned that. In any case, one of the vines springs to life and has these giant purple flowers all over it. And it looks a little like this. Here you go. Looks a little like that there. It's this giant bulbous sort of deep purple flower, and it's kind of pushing forward over the edge. And a minute ago, it just looked like normal vines, but it sort of unwraps itself, and a tentacle lashes out right towards Pyric. Just and it lashes out at you, Pyric. So here we go. The tentacle swings down from on high from the hut roof, and it's going to get a 18. What is your armor class with your mage armor there, sir?
What does mage armor give you? +5?
+2.
Mage armor gives you a 13.
13 plus your dex.
And then you get to add your dex.
So I'm at a 15.
Nice. Sadly, it rolled an 18. So
I will shield.
Okay.
Sadly, it misses.
Yeah, what does shield do? Shield adds 5, right?
That's 5. So now he has a 20 armor class.
Right. And she spends a charge in your staff, don't forget. Right.
Yes,
so,
I use 4.
So yeah, it's about to hit you, and at the last moment you see it coming, and this sort of invisible barrier pops up, and the vines thing bounces right off of it.
Do I get to do my actually, Russ, should I have gotten my ready to action before that or no?
What was your ready to action?
Shoot a web.
Oh, I don't remember you telling me you had a ready action, but sure, you can go ahead and do it now.
Well, I
you
did
said
say
you were
it.
examining
I
the
said
stone
I ready
and
in
looking
action
for-
to shoot. I even said that I wasn't related to, but
Okay, go ahead. Shoot your web.
But that's all right. I won't do it then.
It wouldn't have mattered for the attack anyway, because the web just makes you immobile. So you can go ahead and
you
shoot.
would have disadvantage though. But
That's okay. Do you want to shoot him anyway, or what? No?
yeah, I'll shoot him.
Okay.
Whatever. I might miss anyway, so maybe.
Oh, you hit. He's
That's gonna
webbed.
hit.
All right, so he's webbed. All right. He's webbed here. And what we'll do, Seppi, is I'll roll another roll with him to see if it would hit also. And if it also, because he would have had disadvantage, he would have missed. So Seppi, you can have your charge back.
Oh, that's nice.
So the web shoots out and distracts the plant, gets him stuck, and he misses his attack. All right. So meanwhile, there is turns out there is another one of these things, and it is over here by this hut over here, and I'm going to display it in a minute so you'll see where it is. And it lashes out its tendrils at the dwarf Ulrich. You ready, Ulrich? Here it comes.
So ready.
So it lashes out its tendrils, and it rolls a mighty 10. So I believe that's going to deflect off your armor.
I think it doesn't even touch me. I laugh at it.
All right. So, Carla, you see these plants sort of come to life that are clinging to the sides of the huts and start to attack some of your compatriots.
I'm just glad it's not a giant tree. Let's see here. Gallic's gonna remain brave and steadfast. Move. Let's see here. I'd like to set up a flank, maybe. Can I move? No, I can't. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I can move to here. Yep. All right. Before I move to there, though, I'm going to say, Euphemia, that was a beautiful memory. And then I'm going to look at this plant that I'm going to move up across from. I'm going to say, what are you, some wild salary? And then that's a vicious mockery.
Oh, nice vicious mockery there. All right. So how does vicious mockery work?
That's going to be a DC 13. Throw in chat. What is he? It's probably wisdom.
Well, he's got to make the save, right?
Yep.
What kind of save is it?
It is wisdom save. Yep.
Wisdom save. All right, here comes the plan on a wisdom save. I don't know why we rolled 2 dice. I'll just roll one because one was
You
great.
can pick the one.
Here we go. What is that? Looks cocked.
17.
17. Ooh, he rolls well. Does it do anything if he passes?
No.
All right.
He just cries a little bit on the inside.
The plant is not impressed with the vicious mockery, which kind of makes sense because it's a plant. Anything else you got going on there, Karluk?
No, I'm just gonna pray no tree pops out and bops me.
All right, fair enough. Ulrich, you got plants to your left of you, vines to the right, and you're stuck in the middle with Pyric.
You do have advantage on the webbed one if you choose to swing at it.
Oh, you do? Okay, thanks. That's what I was going to do.
It's webbed.
And that is an action to cast that. Okay, so I'm going to take a step here. Aye, Pyric, little brother. Grace, stand behind me. This creature might attack you. Stating the obvious, because that's what I do. And so we're going to get 2. I'm going to use my Warhammer with this. So we're going to just get 2 attacks because it's got 1, 2. And I got a 16 is the highest.
16 is a hit. So you smack him. How much damage do you do?
9 bludgeoning.
9 bludgeoning. Okay. The good news is you do 9 bludgeoning damage to this, and it definitely looks like it gets walloped. But as you strike it, you realize that there's these little bulbous parts all over it, and the bulbs start to explode as you hit it.
Oh, here we go again.
And acid shoots out, spraying right at you. You're going to take every creature within 5 feet of this thing gets sprayed by the acid. So it sprays all over Pyric and Ulrich. And so you're going to have to make a DC 12 dexterity save, everybody, with near this thing.
Dexterity, I can do that.
Yeah, you got this.
I'm going to use my inspiration.
All right, go for it. I mean, it's acid, so probably can't be that bad.
1.
I got a 15.
2. I got a 13.
All right. So good job. So you both managed to step aside from the acid as it sprays everywhere, and you're fine. All right. Euphemia,
No
you're
damage. That's sweet.
Yeah.
Euphemia's going to
save me.
move up 5, and she's going to use her standard action to do a nature check on the vines, that she's seen turn into flowers, and she's going to look at the other huts and the same huts and see if she can determine if other flowers are going to pop out and attack her friends. And then she will have a bonus action to do something after that.
Do your nature thing, man.
Look at you.
24.
Finally, it's good to finally have somebody who knows stuff about nature.
Yeah, you think
not me.
You think the druid.
I'm good with dirt. That's it.
So you do see that there's several, and looks like each hut has some variant of these things on it. I mean, they're kind of covered in the vines, but it looks like you notice that they kind of, when they're trying to be inconspicuous, they sort of spread out and look like a bunch of little vines, and then they sort of tighten up and come together as one bigger creature when they either detect you or you get too close or whatever. So they're the other 3. So every hut's got enough on these things, you think, to form them, and you can just sense the little flowers that form her into the larger ones. So you're feeling like the huts are all covered in this stuff.
I yell that out to the group. I say, "Watch the other huts! They're on the other huts!" And then for her bonus action, she will take aim at the one opposite Karluk.
All right, go for it.
I just have to aim, and then next turn I get an
Okay,
advantage.
got it. Fair enough. You're aiming. Pyric, you're up.
Okay. So this thing sprayed acid all over the place, including the hut that it's on.
Yes.
Is the hut dissolving?
It's doing some light dissolving damage to the hut, but you'll notice when the acid lands on the plant itself, it does nothing. So it seems like the plant is immune to its own acid, but it is doing some light sizzling to the hut. And actually, now that you kind of look, you can see there's some of this acid damage. In fact, you can even see it on the pictures here. There's this little green sort of acid damage on all of the huts. And you see when this acid lands, you just thought it was discoloration. Now you're realizing that's actually from the acid, but it doesn't seem to be eating through it like rapidly. It would take quite a bit of acid to burn through the hut.
Okay. So how do I think, at a glance, do I think that freezing damage would cause these things to burst or would cause them to close?
Good question.
Great question.
That's a little unclear. You have to make a nature check to kind of know if you're that instinctive on these sorts of plants. It might.
Okay, let's see. I like nature. Nature's my friend. I got an 8.
Yeah, with a 5. Now you have no clue. No clue if cold or heat would be effective against these things.
Okay, then. I'm going to, since this thing's all entangled and I have the ability to, I'm going to make sure I step away from this thing first. So does it get
a dodge? Oh, it's got, can it get free strikes, John, when it's webbed?
It can. It just says disadvantage.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll take its disadvantage.
Okay, here it comes. It's making its disadvantage swing at you there, Seppi. It rolls a 14 and a 15, which translates, it's +4. So that translates to an 18 and a 19.
Okay.
So you're going to spend your charge now to deflect the hit or no?
Yeah, I'm going to deflect that hit.
Okay. So again, the shield pops up. He spends a charge, adds +5 to his armor class, and the branch bounces off.
Okay, and then I'm going to step here with Euphemia, and then
your staff is quite useful.
It is super useful. I'm glad that I found it. That it was made. I'm glad it was made out of ice. You know, if it was made out of like some other substance, like a silica or something like that, it would be really useful. I am going to attempt this experiment and see if the freezing damage. I will use the power of the Nord on this one that is webbed.
The one that's webbed. Okay, so you've got advantage to hit it if it's a roll to hit spell. If you're
it is, it's because certainly
it's stuck there. Spell. It's stuck there under the spiders.
I got a
9 with the first one.
I got a 14.
You rolled a 3 with the second one. So what's your bonus with the 9? What do you get?
14.
That's enough. You do strike it with a ray of frost. The power of the Nord hits it.
The power of the Nord. That's 5 points.
All right. It does seem that the freezing damage, it doesn't like it. It kind of pulls back from that. It's hard to tell, but it doesn't seem like it's doing excessive damage, like any more than the hammer from the dwarf. It's the good news is no acid sprayed out when you hit it with cold.
See, Ulrich, I knew that was going to happen. That I wasn't going to damage.
We step back first just to make sure. Let me just step back and then test this out.
We need to kill these creatures, or can we move out of this clearing?
I think we have to kill the ones that we woke up.
Thrall,
by your grace, always wise.
So these ones that Euphemia pointed out aren't moving yet?
No, they're still spread out all over the hut. They haven't seemed to have done anything yet.
And is there one purposely not on the one?
Let me see if my thing recharges real quick before because that might be useful. Oh, it recharges.
Oh, look at that. Your web's on.
I'm gonna shoot the one that's on Gallic.
Okay. And by the way, your web is focused on one creature. It's not like an area of effect. You can't accidentally get Karlach, right?
Nope.
Okay.
It doesn't. Yeah, it's just one individual. Right. You pick a target.
Roll to hit the other violet creature.
That's a 14.
That is a hit. He is also webbed, or it is also webbed. So it is now webbed. There you go. So both of them now
Spider-Man over here
are stuck up. Yep. Are you going to move at all? Or are you going to stay where you are?
I'm keeping my eye on these guys, but I'm going to stay here. I mean,
so interestingly, the even though you're pretty close to these two huts, the spider is the plants don't seem to be reacting to the spider.
It might like beasts. I wouldn't go within 5 feet of them if you can avoid it.
All right. All right. Speaking of these plants, the one on the roof that is next to Ulrich is going to attack. It's going to whip out its tendril at you, Ulrich. And it's going to get, it rolls a natural.
No, it has
19.
disadvantage. It is disadvantage.
Oh, it is disadvantage. Yeah, very good. I forget these things. So instead it gets it only gets an 18. So with a +4, that's a 22. So Ulrich, I think that's going to hit you, correct?
I don't have a staff.
Okay. So a couple things are going to happen.
That's sad for you and your partner.
You're going to take D4 +1 regular damage. So the good news is the staff doesn't hit you for much. It does 4 points of, the tendril does 4 points of a bludgeoning damage, Joe.
All right.
But then as it smacks you, some of the acid sprays out on you. And that does an additional, don't worry, it's only D4. So another 1 point of acid damage. However, the bad news is as it smacks you, it wraps around your body and grapples you.
Okay.
So you have now been grappled. You'll have to make you're restrained now, and you can feel the acid is seeping out of the vine into you. And that's probably going to continue until you manage to break the grapple.
Yep, Your Grace, we've got to kill them.
So I'll put a little web marker on you also to indicate that you've been grappled. All right. Meanwhile, the other one that's active doing its thing, it's also going to swing at Karluk. So it makes an attack. It also has disadvantage, though, because of the spider's actual webbing situation here. So it's going to roll 2 dice at once. It gets a 2. So it is going to miss badly the Minotaur.
Ulrich, you only took 1 real point because of the heroism, right?
2 points. 2 points. I get acid, and then I get 3 hit points of temporary. And then I did 1. It did 4 points total. So I took 1 point there, another point from the acid.
Okay, then.
Thank you, though.
It's going to be a close one this time, Seppi.
No, Doc is way in the lead with 17 points.
As Calyx.
Okay. Karluk, you're up. Karluk.
Let's see here. Calyx says, I need to heal my memory, so I'm going to touch myself tenderly. And with that, I'm going to cast a healing word.
What is happening? Okay.
I'm getting dirtier than here.
Pyric and Karluk are having a moment.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Russ, this is his way of protesting that you reduced his intelligence permanently. He's gonna
I can tell what's happening.
5 points healed.
All right. Nice. Karluk's looking pretty good. Are you still bludgeoned? Are you still bloodied? You're no longer bloodied, right?
I'm out. Yeah.
Nice.
Yep. And then I'm gonna chop up a little tree here. See how.
All right, little tree. You've got advantage because he's webbed.
Oh, that's right. 18.
That's a hit.
And...
Who knew when the Minotaur touches their tenderloin, it's so inspiring.
Yeah.
10 damage.
Wow, that's a big hit. That really messes the plant up. What kind of damage? We're talking slashing, right, with your sword?
I think the slashing is going to make some acid go splashing.
Yeah, so you slash deep, and then acid just sprays everywhere. The only person in range, though, is you, Karluk. So, Karluk, why don't you go ahead and make a dexterity saving throw to see if you can avoid this situation. Oh, nat 20! Karluk, you got a card. Dun, 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 dun. So, Karluk not only easily dodges the...
+1 intelligence, permanently.
No, sadly, but you got this card that you can save for later that's going to prevent you from provoking attacks of opportunity. So why don't you right-click on that and choose Take Card and get that for yourself.
It is a permanent +1 intelligence.
All right, it's not permanent +1 intelligence. Just right-click on the card and pick Take Card. There you go. All right, Karluk, nice job. Ulrich, you are grappled by the flower.
Now, according to grappling, my speed is 0. And
yeah, you're actually technically restrained is the word. Yep.
Is restrained, is it? Oh,
yeah.
So what does that affect?
Joe, basically this monster, when it grapples you, effectively restrains you as well.
Yes.
All right. And does restrain affect my attack?
Yes.
Restrained, here you go. Restrained creatures become speed 0. It can't benefit from any bonus to its speed. Attack rolls against you have advantage, and your attack rolls have disadvantage.
Pretty much what Webb does.
And you have disadvantage on all dexterity saving throws.
All
So
right.
let's say it has a second tendril, which it actually does, and it's waving around. You would now have disadvantage from dodging more acid, or,
Well, it's
other-
actually you're all straight up now because they're
Straight
both
up.
restrained.
Well, that's what I
Yeah.
was thinking. So is it, I don't know, sappy yet or bloodied or whatever you want to call these things?
it is. How's it doing? It is not bloodied yet. Or savage.
I think we should call it oozy.
It is not oozy, right?
All right. Well, I don't have advantage. I'm going to have disadvantage on the attack roll, and I
Yeah.
can't break out of it. There's no way to break out of
Well,
it.
yeah, you can. You can make an escape test. A test. Yep.
All right, well, I'll make an escape test. How do I do one of those?
Yeah, you'll want to use it's a strength test. You can use strength. You have two choices. We just went through this in my other game. You can either try to wriggle free and use dexterity and acrobatics, or you can try to break free and use athletics and strength.
So I'm going to try and athletics my way out of.
All right, make an athletics check.
All right. Just suck it, plant. You're fighting a dwarf.
How'd you do?
10.
You rolled a 5, getting a 10. Yeah, the plant doesn't seem to be too concerned about that. In fact, it gets a little tighter. And and then you take 2 damage. You take D4 damage at the start of each of your turns, by the way, for being
Okay.
grappled. So you also take another 4 acid damage.
Now, when do my temporary hit points come up?
Oh, geez.
Yeah, Karlak, when do his temporary hit points come up?
I'll throw it in chat here. Let's see.
All right.
Where you at, heroism? The start of its turn. So I guess
So
Yeah,
I'll
so
take-
I'll let the good stuff happen before the bad stuff. So you got
I'll
temporary
take-
hit
I'll
points. And then
Well,
you
what
take 4
happened
more
first?
acid.
Then I do it and then attack. So I'll take 1 more point of damage anyway,
There you go.
and that is all I can do this round because I can't move or bonus action.
You can still attack, but you have disadvantage.
Well, he used his action.
Oh yeah, he uses action.
My
exactly.
action was trying to break out.
Yeah, exactly right. Okay, fair enough. Euphemia, you're up. What are you going to do? You see this giant situation. The dwarf Ulrich is stuck inside of a plant. Meanwhile, Karluk is battling and avoiding acid sprays. Actually, the Minotaur's looking pretty good over there, quite frankly.
Mhm.
He's healing himself, fighting plants. He's doing great.
Euphemia, paying more attention to her surroundings, doesn't want to shoot an acid shooting monster onto her friend Ulrich, who can't move. So
She does.
Yes, she does.
she doesn't. She figures that the Minotaur would have a better chance of breaking him free with his strength, or perhaps her brother. So she's going to shoot the one on Karlik. And then my question is, if it's webbed, that means I have advantage?
Yes, that is
All right.
correct.
So for those listening at home, I have triple advantage. Just kidding.
Yeah.
No such thing.
But that's still good.
All
So,
right.
yeah, you've got a good chance of hitting this thing.
I shoot an arrow.
You
With
roll a 16.
advantage.
Don't forget you get advantage. You get 2 dice. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a little slow. So a 21 and a 6, it looks like.
All right. Well, 21 will hit.
I don't know why I didn't show the other one.
That's okay.
Okay. Sneak attack there. And then 3, 5, 7, 12 points of arrow damage.
Wow. Okay. It's bloody now. So it's oozy now. The definitely messed it up. More acid sprays out of it though as your arrow strikes true. Karluk, you must make another dexterity check to see if you can dodge the acid shooting out.
But Euphemia, seeing Karlik dodge it before, she was like, no problem.
I'm a nimble minotaur.
You are nimble.
I think nimble thoughts.
You don't have to be an intellectual giant to dodge acid.
12 on the button.
12. Yeah, that's what you need to succeed. So you dodge away again. Nice job, Euphemia and Karluk, tag team in the plant. Pyric, it's your turn.
So we have decided, and since Euphemia, I follow her lead in combat. We are going to free the Minotaur so that he can unbound
The Minotaur,
dwarf.
to be clear, is not trapped.
Right.
And the dwarf, to be clear, is trapped and is being covered slowly in acidic goo.
That's right. And we need Cowlick's help.
But he is the
Karluk's
minor.
help.
He is dwarf minor.
He is dwarf minor. It's true. And he has his brother who can choose to help him. But we really need to expedite the situation. And I don't want to just spew acid all over Ulrich.
Sure.
So I ask Cowlick if there's any cultural taboo on helmets and then I launch the lights of the north at the vine beast right by Cowlick.
Okay, the lights of the north, which is
magic missile.
Oh, magic missile, nice. I'd forgotten.
The lights of the northern
lights.
The northern lights.
Take a point of inspiration for the thematic definition of spells that you cast. I think it's
absolutely. I will give that to a dwarf miner.
Oh, nice.
Because I am currently just inspired to the.
That's you, Joe.
I've got it. I'm taking it.
Yeah, he needs that.
All right.
And I'm going to throw lots of dice, and then I get 3 D4 or 3 4-sided dice.
Yeah, so just correct. Like lights start shooting out of Pyric and slamming into this creature. Oh, that's good. You're hot today, Pyric.
I am so hot tonight. Oh boy. Yeah. That is +3. That is 12 points to the one by
12 points. What kind of damage does magic missile do?
Force.
Ooh, nice. So not only do you smack the plant, but the force hits in such a way that the acid is just like almost vaporized before it can splash, and there's no acid spray in any direction. And the plant is a mess. This thing is definitely most of its parts seem to be knocked off, and it's barely holding itself together.
You hold on there, Ulrich. We're almost to you.
All right. Thrall, you're up.
All right. First, let's just see if this recharges. It does not. I am going to scurry over here and aid my brother in breaking out of his vine.
Okay. Fair enough. So you're aiding him. So, Joe, that means you're going to have advantage when you try to break the grapple.
All
right. It is now the plant that's on you, Joe. So it has a second vine, and this second vine also attacks you. And so it swings at you. It has disadvantage. So the odds of it actually doing well here.
But it also has advantage, Russ.
It's even up.
Sorry, you're right. I'll just roll one die again because I was hitting a miss. So we'll roll one die by itself here. Here we go. Even up. And it rolls a 17 plus 4 is going to be a 21, Joe. So I think it's going to hit you again.
Oh, yeah.
So the second vine also grapples around you. So now you are double grappled. It's going to do another D4 plus 2 physical damage. So you're going to take 3 more points of damage from the bludgeoning.
Sure he hasn't caught up to Cowlick yet?
No, he's only at 7 for the day.
And then it's going to do another D4 of acid damage to you, Joe. So then you're going to take another 1 point of acid damage. So
make that 8 points.
So there you go. And now you are double grappled. So good luck with that. And meanwhile, the other violet is going to attack Karluk, and it swings its vine at you. It has disadvantage, no help for it. So it's going to roll, and it rolls a 2 and an 8. So it's going to miss. The Minotaur nimbly jumps aside of the plant. And Karluk, it is your turn.
You will not give me a tight squeeze. Later, Euphemia is going to cook you with a side of blue cheese. Then I'm going to swing my sword at it.
All right.
That is an 18 to hit.
We'll have advantage on it if you want to see if you're critical.
Oh, yeah. Let's see.
Oh, yeah. There you go.
Here we go. I'm feeling it.
No crit, but you definitely hit.
Yep.
All right. Do your damage there, Karluk.
Here we go. 6.
Okay. The good news is you split the plant in half, and it seems to just dissolve away into nothing, but not before it has one last spurt of acid. Make a dexterity check.
Where's that? There we go.
What'd you get?
There we go. I dodge out of the way. I'm not getting hit by that spray.
Nice. All right. Excellent rhyming there, Minotaur. And you do indeed vanquish.
I think his rhyming has become better since he got hit in the head.
They have, you know? Well, it just goes to prove that rhyming is more of a natural instinct than an intellectual act, apparently, for Minotaur.
It did inspire me.
All right. Ulrich. Maybe you're overthinking the rhymes before, you know? Maybe it's just you got to let it flow. All right. Ulrich, you are now double grappled. So you can.
I don't know how that works.
What does that mean, Russ?
Okay, you got to break 2 things basically, and it does more damage. So here's the thing: first of all, does he get any more temporary hit points, or is he out of those?
Yeah, they just come up this round. So yeah.
Okay. So you get your temporaries. Then both vines seep their acid into you, and each one does 1d4. So I'm gonna throw 2d4 at you here. So the vines do a whopping 4. I rolled 2 2s, it looks like.
All right, so
so
goes my
4
temporary
points
again.
4 points. And then now you can try to break one of the 2 vine grapples. So
I can only break one at a time. All right. Well, I'm going to try.
Basically, imagine one's wrapped around your arms, one's wrapped around the legs. You can kind of break your legs. You can break
All
your
right.
arms.
Well, we're gonna. It doesn't matter if I break them. But if I attack, I have disadvantage.
Yes.
Well, if you attack, you're straight up.
Yeah.
If you attack, you're straight up. So maybe you're better just like going with the flow and leaning into it. You know?
So I'm just gonna take it with my hammer then. That's it. And just take the attack.
All right, hit it, man.
So that's the best we can do. I get disadvantage on my save anyway. So
yeah, what the hell?
Apparently, people like my thing. 8. Oh, you know what? I'm going to use my bardic inspiration.
Okay.
And add it to that, and that's a D6, right?
Yeah, I'm going to use this red card that's been sitting in your character for all this time.
Well, I'm going to not use my bardic inspiration. I'm going to use the card.
Now, if you want, you can use your inspiration point to cancel this card if you have inspiration.
Sure, I'll use it and cancel it.
Okay, so drag the card out so I can delete it. So that gets rid of the card.
All right, hold on. Let's get.
And then if you want to use bardic inspiration to enhance your roll, you can go for that too.
I love me when some DM who's Monty Hall. Monty Hall is the best DM ever.
Can you see that, Russ?
What's that?
Can you see it now or not?
No, drag it onto the table so I can get rid of it.
Drag it onto the table?
There, you just got to drag it out of your little thing. You got to click it once to get the thing up. And then you got to drag the card out.
Oh, I see how it goes.
There you go.
All right.
There you go.
All right.
So I've always allowed inspiration to be used to cancel the red cards because the red cards can be pretty rough.
All right. So here we go. So here's my D6. Praying for a 4. So a 12 armor class.
You just what you need to hit. You strike the vine.
Nice.
All right. Hit him again, Patty. 7 points of damage.
Okay. All right, great. So you strike the vine. That's the good news. He is A, not bloodied, and B, no, actually, he just got bloodied. Actually, he just got him bloodied. And B, you do have to make now more acid sprays out at you. You have to make a dexterity save with disadvantage because you're all wrapped up in his vines.
So here we go, Captain. All right, dexterity.
Yep.
1, 2, taking the worst. And I got a 5.
So yeah, you're going to take another D4 acid damage. So it's not a lot, but it's just eating away at you. And you actually start to feel like parts of your flesh that are weird way. You can start to see they're being absorbed back into the plant.
Yeah, that's right.
And you take 3 more points of acid damage. And you kind of see some of the spots of the plant that you bashed are sort of like healing themselves. All right.
All right. Oh, wait. Before you say that, one more thing. The best medicine is that which hurts the most.
Okay. Excellent. All right, Ulrich, you're done. Euphemia, what do you want to do?
What do I want to do? I am going to hold my action till after Pyric goes, and then I will run in. After he goes, I will run in, and I'm going to try to free my friend Ulrich, even though it's probably futile, but I'm going to try it.
All right. So you're going to run in there and just start a hash.
After
are you going to try to attack the creature or break tendrils? What do you want to do?
Nope. I'm going to jump, and can I use my acrobatic skill to assist? Not assist, because he already gets advantage from other people helping him, or do I have to use strength to pry it off?
If you want to actually use an action to help him break free, like break his grapple, it'll have to be strength because you can't I can't imagine how you athletics. John was giving him assistance. And then Joe had to check, and then Joe got hit again. If you want to actually do it, Rafe, I'll let you do it. And you can use the spider's assistance because Joe didn't take advantage of it.
Oh, okay.
So basically, if you and the spider want to try to break one of the tendrils free of the dwarf, you can try.
That's what I want to do.
Okay, go for it.
I leap in to help my friend.
You sure you want to work with a spider, nature girl?
I don't know. I'm just jumping in. I'm letting the GM dictate that.
All right. So what you can do, Rafe, is make us. It's got to be a strength test. Spider. But you do have advantage because the spider's helping you.
And for those listening at home, I have a -1 to strength. So she's like, 14. 14
That's
is
enough.
the total.
The plant's finds aren't super strong, and with the help of the spider, because your original would have been a failure, you do manage to break one of the vines free of the dwarf. So now he's only captured by one of them, which would be good because that will be less automatic acid damage he takes the start of his next turn.
And I'm going to step into this square, sorry. So in case Pyric needs to slide
I throw you a spider smile. I don't know if that makes more nightmares for you.
Gross.
All right. Pyric, you're up. What do you want to do?
All right. Well, I'm very concerned about which way the acid sprays. And I'm very familiar for when you beat your vine, things spray out. So I am going to make sure that I go 1, 2, 3. I don't know what's the problem here. 3, 4. I use a level 2 version of the Lights of the North because I saw it was so effective to atomize the magic before. I'm going to throw 4 of these magical darts.
So magic missiles, which are unerring, so perfect in this situation.
You spells left, Sep?
That will be my last one.
All right.
You know what you should do is touch that stone. I bet it will reduce it.
Oh boy.
All right. So Seppi's firing his magic missiles, or Pyric is a nice salvo this time using level 2 casting slot, which is going to go through extra missiles in there. Look at all those D4 magic missiles flying out there. Woo! How much damage did you total there, Seppi?
I would do 15 points.
Oh, the plant is barely alive. And fortunately, because it's force damage, again, the acid is sort of blown away and doesn't have any chance of hitting anybody. The plant's hanging in there, but it's a mess. It's definitely barely hanging on to both the dwarf and the roof. But it's still hanging on to the dwarf.
That's it. I'm spent. I need a nap and a sandwich. You guys take care of the rest of this.
All right.
Russell.
Yes.
So does this thing seem to splash because it gets like slashed and bashed open?
Yes.
All right. You ready for this?
Slashed. You've seen it splash from slash, bash, and pierce so far. It is not splashed from cold or force.
All right. Well, I can't see it over there. I want to flank it, but I can't see if I flank it. So
okay, you can flank. You can go there and flank it. That's fine.
All right.
You can climb onto the roof.
All right. Now I can see it for some reason. I'll take
you go.
it.
Yeah.
Oh wait, now it's gone again.
It's because of where the line of sight stuff is.
Euphemia pees her pants.
Yeah.
All right, you ready? So, is it possible to bite it in such a way that I just inject the poison into it without popping all the stuff?
Is your poison damage
piercing? So I don't care about the piercing damage. I just want to get a poison injected. You can say no.
You have to pierce the poison. There's not like.
So that sounds like a no.
That's yes. All
right.
Unless there's an ability, unless you're like a special version of a spider that can spit poison.
No.
Do you have that?
Apparently I failed on my persuasion on the DM, and now I'm just going to roll the hit.
Yeah.
So I didn't recharge my web just out of that, but I'm going to bite this guy with, I do have advantage. So a 16.
That hits.
So it will take 6 piercing damage, and then it has to make a DC 11 Constitution save if it's not immune to poison.
All right. Well, basically, your bite alone just like rips it apart, and it falls apart in front of you, but not before it does one last spray of acid. And the three of you then, the spider, the dwarf, and Euphemia, all must make dexterity saves.
Do I still have advantage? Do I still have disadvantage?
You still no, you don't. The branches drop free, and you can roll clear if you roll well. So go for everybody. How'd we do? Who got below a 12? Anybody?
Thrall took damage.
Okay.
Ulrich's loving it.
All right.
That means I took damage.
Looks like Euphemia's okay.
Euphemia dances away.
So Ulrich,
that was the best case scenario. I got to damage my brother. Well, I took damage. That's too bad. But
okay. So Ulrich, you're going to take 4 more points of acid, and Thalric, you're going to take 2 points of acid. So you did get more damage to your brother than to yourself. So that's always a win.
That's a win.
All right. So the last of these, well, not the last one, but the last of the 2 that were active is now fallen. And so you're all sort of gathering yourselves together here. Fortunately, the other 3 that Euphemia detected seem to be still on their plant, on their rooftops over on the other 3 huts. And so Thrall, that was your turn. I'm just going to keep going in order to keep things under control.
I just used my last movement to climb back over here.
Fair enough. Karluk, what are you going to do?
Euphemia, I'm pretty sure it's time to brew some tea, and we can work on this stone's mystery.
I like it.
Are you going to do any tea brewing, Karlik? Or are you just going
I asked Euphemia too. I guess,
right.
I was thinking back to my my uncle, Fizzban the Whimsical, who taught me my magic casting back in the day. I'm gonna try my luck at a Arcana check on this stone.
Yeah.
All right, go for it.
All right. Feeling good about this. 17.
Ooh, a 17, nice. Yeah, you get the same feeling everyone else has had, that there's this powerful arcanic energy, and you do feel this strong desire to like touch the stone. Like you feel it might be might really recharge some of the energy you've expended. And you also get the feeling there are two forces involved. There's one coming out of the stone, and again, this other darker force that's coming from that northwest area, and it's kind of powering this. This stone is like reflecting it and enhancing it also. Sort of like light through a prism. It's kind of refracting it and enhancing it. So yeah, that's what you gleaned there, Karlik.
All right. Well, I'm adjacent, so I will touch it.
All right. Make a. You feel like this energy start to course through you, and you feel like you might be able to control it a little bit. So make a spell casting ability check.
Oh, interesting. Okay. So that's charisma. Sweet.
Yeah.
So that's just a straight charisma roll.
Yeah.
Oh. 10.
Oh, and you start to feel like the energy is flowing into you, but then you feel like you can't control it right, and your hand gets sucked in and it starts to pull the energy out of you, like, oh, and before you can pull it away, you lose a random spell slot. So do you have any spells you haven't spent yet?
Oh, no, I'm tapped out.
Steppy, you have nothing to lose if you do it.
Oh, no, it gets worse. You take a point of exhaustion. You're a level 1 exhausted now. Now, we haven't done exhaustion yet, I don't think.
Oh, my gosh.
So here's how 5th edition exhaustion works. So I love this mechanic. John knows I use it every now and then, and it's really very fun. So in 5th edition, there's this concept of exhaustion. There are 6 levels of exhaustion. They're here in the DM screen in the corner. And at the first point of exhaustion, you get disadvantage on all ability checks. So this exhaustion's awesome. People are like, I'm never going to sleep. I'm going to stay awake all night. Or I'm going to go hiking up a mountain without proper cold weather gear. Right. Anything like that. You can start to give them exhaustion levels. If you get to level 2 exhaustion, you get your speed is halved. And you also have all the previous disadvantages. So your disadvantage on ability check, then speed is halved. At level 3 exhaustion, you have disadvantage on all attack rolls and saving throws. At level 4 exhaustion, your maximum hit points are halved. At level 5 exhaustion, you can no longer move. You're basically dying of exhaustion, and that's pretty bad. But level 6 is actually death, right? So right now, you're at level 1 of exhaustion, and you'll take a short rest to get out of...
No, it takes a long rest.
Or a long rest. Sorry, thank you, John. A long rest.
And what's the penalty?
What's that?
What's the penalty?
Disadvantage on all ability checks.
Oh,
so not attacks and saves, but abilities. So his next perception check or anything like that. So yeah, you've got 1 tier of exhaustion there because you couldn't handle.
You can only get rid of 1 at a time per long rest, I believe.
That's right. Yeah, you really needed to get a good night's sleep to sort of get the exhaustion gone. So we're gonna put a little. We got to find a good exhaustion thing for you here.
A bunch of Z's.
Yeah, I can't find a. I was gonna put a sleepy time head on you, which is. There you go. So, Karlik, you're just not feeling it. You're just not feeling it. All right.
You need to watch out for this stone. It makes you tired to the bone.
All right. Karlik is tired to the bone. Ulrich, what are you going to do here, man? The Minotaur just touched this thing.
Karlik's having a rough day.
Ulrich, what's that?
So Karlik's having a rough day.
Karlik is having a very bad day. Yeah. Although he is crushing his opponents, though, still, which is pretty good.
That's true.
And the rhyming's off the charts, quite frankly.
That is true, yeah.
I thought he lost a spell slot permanently. I was like, oh, my God.
Yeah, right.
Don't give him ideas, Rafe.
That's right. Seppi's going to touch it and get the spell slot.
Right.
Euphemia suddenly sees Ulrich with his hand to his helmet, and I think he's communing with his god. And for those at home, looks like he's on the phone.
Oh, is Ulrich on the phone?
Ulrich's on the phone.
All right. We'll tell you what. We'll skip Ulrich for now because I'm just doing initiative order to just keep things organized. So,
Okay.
Euphemia, what would you like to do?
Euphemia is going to take the hint from Karlik, and she is going to examine and use her nature check. And I'm curious to see how you do this, Russ, in the rules of D&D 5e. She's going to take a nature check to examine the plant. I know I can do that and learn whatever I might learn, but I'm curious for either cooking properties that I could use, or even better, medicinal. Now, I'm not trained in medicine, so I'm curious to see how those two interplay.
All right. Make a nature check. Let's see how you do.
Not too well. Only got a 9.
So he rolls a 3 natural, which is a 9. You're not sure what you could do with this plant.
Got it.
Could be good, could be bad. I mean, it is oozing a lot of acid. Ulrich's still disentangling himself from the dead plant vine. So
I'm just going to rest right now, Russ. I'm taking a. I'm going to go over to. Actually, is there a door to the hut?
There is a little door to the hut. Yeah.
Can I look in the door and what do I see inside?
Sure. Make a little perception check there.
All right.
Probably 12 more of those plants in there.
You'll have one less dwarf to worry about then. There's a perception test right there.
Yeah, a 2.
Oh, it's safe.
It's definitely not full of any
clean.
kind of venomous, acidic plants.
We might need another paladin.
Yeah, it looks good to me.
Definitely not. Roll up a new character. No, just kidding.
So I'm going to be. So I'm just going to. What I'll do is everybody seems to be gathering here. I'm going to gather here by the stone and sit down and start resting.
All right. Okay, great. Thrall, what are you going to do?
I'm going to come up here and do that. Oh, I don't want to touch the stone. Never mind. I'll go here and just, it looks like we're going to take a short rest at the minimum. So I'm going to hang out here and guard.
You're still feeling that great energy coming out of the stone, but also
yeah. I mean, this has been going on for a while, so I'm not sure what the sense of urgency. And if we all die, it's not really going to matter. So I'm just going to hang out here and see what the rest of them plan to do. Oh, I guess I'll check my web just in case somebody attacks us.
There you go. See if the web recharges. Oh, it does. Your web's hot. The web spinners. You're like Spider-Man over there. The web spinner's just rocking today. Okay, Karlik, back to you. What do you want to do? You're exhausted, man.
Oh, I never got a turn, but that's okay.
I'm sorry, Pyric. I don't know what happened there.
That's the second time today.
Pyric, what would you like to do?
I get the hint.
You know what it was? Ulrich threw me off of being.
No, it's okay. I get it. No, you just go on.
You your staff up and by yourself.
Yeah.
Pyric, what would you like to do? What would you like to do, Pyric?
Since the staff is already attuned to the energies here.
It is, yeah.
It is. I'm going to use that to try to interface with the energies at the precise cadence to draw energy from the obelisk.
Ooh. You know, that's such an innovative idea. I'm going to give you advantage on your spell casting ability check. So you're going to try to touch the obelisk and draw energy from it?
Yeah. Is that arcana or is that intelligence?
So it's as if you're casting your spell. So if you were to, what's your primary spell casting?
Does it say ability modifier or does it say?
It's a spell casting ability modifier.
So it's intelligence.
So it's my intelligence.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's better than charisma. My charisma's not so good. All right, so here's one. And here's another one. I got 13 and 20.
I got 20. Woo! All right, so Pyric, you get this cool card. Go ahead and add that to your DM. It's going to give you plus D4 to a saving throw.
Oh, it's so exciting. I don't know if I rolled 20.
You get great energy coming from the stone. You feel like you've tapped into the good and you right click on the card and choose take it. You feel like you've tapped into the good power that's here. And you feel like because you got a nat 20, you feel like you got really, really good connection to it. 2 of your spell casting slots randomly recharge.
2 of my spell slots. Okay, so I have 6 total.
How many are spent right now? All of them?
All of them.
So 2 random. So just roll whether it's
okay. A D6. A D6, 1 through 4 is a first level.
Yep, there you go.
And 5 or 6 is second level. Okay, that work for you?
Yeah, go for it.
All right, then. I got 1 of each.
1 of each. Nice.
Nice.
So yeah, you see the energy come up Pyrrhic's hands, and he looks like a little more empowered. A little glow about him. He feels like looks like he's got some good wuju going on there.
Oh,
all right,
that's really helpful.
There you go. So now back to Karluk. What do you want to do, Karluk?
I was trying to read my little lucky blue card, and they somehow just sent it away to the deck. So,
what's your little lucky Buddha card?
I've done that before.
Yeah, it lets me ignore attacks of opportunity for a round.
All right. Well,
Yeah.
I'll see if I can find that for you.
Okay.
I can choose one for you here. What do you want to do though? While I'm finding the card for you.
Calix's gonna pull out his pan flute, start singing a little tune, and
Everybody listening, that's not a euphemism.
Oh,
in his mind, he's gonna begin to imagine Euphemia getting out some tea and brewing for the party.
there's a lot of suggestions for tea.
There's a lot going on there. Yeah. Okay. All right. Excellent. All right. Nice, Karluk. So are you guys going to take a short rest? I mean, what's the plan here? You guys going to have a moment?
It looks like it.
To chat.
Yeah, let's do a short. Unless anybody's got a thing, let's do a short rest. I'm pretty bloodied. I think I'm only 1 hit point away from catching up to Karluk too in damage.
All right.
Is this obelisk something that I should not tempt again?
Oh, go for it.
You feel like you don't feel like that the staff trick will help you get advantage on it again, but you do feel like you could do that again.
But we're taking a short rest, and with the short rest, I'm going to get 1 back, right? Because of my level.
Get arcane recovery, yeah.
You have to, if you have arcane recovery, you would, yes.
Okay. Well, I think that should be enough. I don't like being brave. That's scary.
Yeah. I mean, it does appear to have a downside if you get a bad roll. So
yeah, no, we needed something more than we had, but I don't feel like, no.
All right, good. So we're almost at a good pause point anyway for the evening. So I think a short rest pause is probably
Do we
good.
make it through the short rest, or do you want to wait on that?
We can make it through the short rest. Let me just make a quick.
All right, you want to change me back to a dwarf? Because about 3/4 of the way through, I pop back to a dwarf.
All right, fair enough. I will put you back as a dwarf.
But the good news is I get my wild shapes all back. So
I'm gonna use all my hit dice then if we're gonna make it.
All right. So to reduce your hit dice, Joe. Anybody want to do anything special during the short rest? We have a couple minutes left here.
18.
Yes.
Doc, are you going to do Bardic Inspiration or Bardic Healing? Do you get that or not?
Oh, the rest thing?
Yeah, I'm all out of Bardic Inspiration. Do I get it on a short rest? Do I get it back?
You get your Bardic Healing, don't you, I think, though?
Something about during a short rest.
It's called rest, not something rest.
While he's looking that up, Russ, I'm going to do 2 things, and one of them's a rules question. So I am going to break out the mess kit and get a fire going and get the tea going. I've got some of Auntie's tea, which I'm tracking on my sheet. How many?
Excellent.
I'll say doses, but that's the wrong term. Servings. How many of you would like tea? So I know how much to seep. It's just a simple green tea. I haven't collected any other cooler teas.
Well,
I'll take them. All right, all of you. Okie doke. And then Russ, rules wise, I kind of always wondered, how do you or the game balance the short rest / long rest versus our abilities that get used up? You know what I mean? So that it's not just we use all our abilities, short rest. We use all our abilities, short rest.
Short rest has a couple limits. You don't get everything back with a short rest. So like you only get, like for example, you don't get all your spell slots back. So in fact, you don't get any spell slots back unless you have the arcane recovery ability. And you only get hit points back in a short rest based on how many hit dice you spend. And then your hit dice are limited to your next long rest, and you don't get all of them back every long rest. So you
can only take a long rest, 1 8-hour long rest every 24 hours.
Right.
Oh, that's what I was using the term short rest, but I meant rest in some capacity. So you just answered it, John.
You can't just keep doing long rests in a row. So plus they take, so long rest takes, you only really have to rest for 6 hours and 4 hours if you're an elf, but you do the 8 hours because you end up doing watches most of the time.
Right.
And are there limitations?
You only have to sleep 6 of the 8 hours. You actually have to rest for 8 hours.
And are there any kind of limitations? Like, can you long rest right smack in the middle of a dungeon? Or is that like too dangerous?
Well, you could, but if the DM will have wandering monsters and stuff, and most dungeons have wandering monsters. So
if your long rest gets interrupted, you have to start all over.
Okay. Okay, so that's why we're not long resting here, because we know there's 2 purple violets. Something could wander in, something like that.
How long is a short rest?
An
1 hour.
1 hour, yeah.
Oh, okay.
So 1 hour is like not too crazy.
It's not yet. 4th edition, it was 15 minutes, but it was 15 minutes is so short. Everybody's like, oh, I'll take a short rest.
Right.
But an hour is actually a substantial amount of time. So.
Okay, thank you.
All right, sweet. All right, so
and the other thing, Rafe, is each character class is, in theory, is balanced out about what comes back with short rest versus what comes back with long rest.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, question about the staff.
Yes.
I've used 4 charges, and it has 12 total, right? How many does it get back during a period of time?
I think the staff gets it back. It's usually daily. Let me see.
A lot of times it's dawn.
D6 plus 4 each day at dawn.
Okay.
So that's easy. So that's another example, Rafe, of keeping it under control. So, right, because you can't just short rest your staff back to full power. You got to wait for every day. All right.
Okay.
All right, guys. Well, great session. Are we good to go for next Monday, same time?
That would be very exciting.
Awesome.
Yes.
Excellent. Well, good luck getting past good job getting Diablos, actually. Nice job there. And I feel like you're very close to the source of darkness, and we'll find out more next time.
Achievement unlocked. You've made it to the end of another D6 Generation episode, the podcast whose humor has universally been acclaimed as not too horrible. Please let us know what you thought of the show by emailing us at info@thed6generation.com. If for some inexplicable reason you actually enjoyed this show, you can help others find out about it by leaving positive reviews on iTunes. Thanks for listening and happy gaming.